Hello everyone, and welcome back to Factorio. I am SeiferKatt, probably, yes I am. And today, I think it is time to end the madness. So I've tried a few things to try and improve the frames, and unfortunately I don't think there's any real way to do it, because the problem is everything's coming in and out of the bus constantly. Like you can see here, even just looking at iron, it's shifting so much every second, and that means everything needs to be updated constantly. Hey Veldek, how you doing? So, unfortunately, I think this means that the Bloodbelt itself might be a bit of a wash. I'm feeling a bit better, thank you. The Bloodbelt itself might be a bit of a wash, and I think we might have to abandon it because I don't think it's going to work. Which makes me pretty sad, but I think that's where we're at, because otherwise this is just going to be impossible. So we are going to continue the run, but we're now going to be doing it a lot more manually and less Bloodbelty. So the Bloodbelt run is going to turn into just a Sushi Belt run, sadly, because quite honestly, these frames are just unmanageable. I would like to say they're manageable, but I mean, if I was like near the end of the game, I could say, yeah, sure. Oh, we're not done. We're going to continue the run, of course, but I think we just need to accept that the Bloodbelt is not the way to go, the way of the future. That's okay. You know, you gotta learn to quit while you're ahead. Especially if you are just ahead, which has always been my favorite joke with like a robot. It's like, you gotta quit while you're ahead, buddy, and it's just ahead, and you're like, haha, I get that. So we are going to abandon the blood belts. So what we're going to try and do is we're going to do a couple of things. So we are still going to do some circuitry bullshit because we kind of have to. The circuitry bullshit will organize what needs to come out of the factory, and will probably be done differently. I don't quite know how we're going to do it, but differently is the best answer I've got right now. So, I wonder if this works. Upgrade from that to that. Yeah, does that even work like that? Turns out, oh god. Yes and no. It is indeed converting them to belts, but it's still trying to read them. What's the thing where you disconnect belts? It's like a keyboard command of sorts. Okay, that wasn't quite it, but do we just need to rebuild every single belt? Is that what we have to do? Is there no way to disconnect belts aside from doing that? Oh! Alright. Well, okay. That's... Yep, the blood belt, the days of the blood belt have left us, sadly. Oh god. That's okay. We all knew this day was going to come one day. You bought a new phone. Oh, congratulations. 8 years for a phone is pretty good time. So we're going to have to rebuild all our belts. Hopefully by the end of this, we'll have an idea of what we actually need. Jeez. Whose idea was to do a blood belt? And whose fault is it? Because if I find out whose fault it was, then we can tell them to never do it again. Jokes, I know it's my fault. Maybe what we do... Okay, new plan. We are going to demolish all the belts. Ah, that's handy. Yep, sure. Just keep researching. I don't really care. I'm too racked with misery right now. I just don't think there's a way to fix this beyond what I'm doing right now, and that's just okay. That's life. So if we just destroy all the blood belts, we are going to get a lot of things in our crap inventory, but that's okay. And then if we just go like that, yep. This is going to take a while. That's alright. No one said Rome wasn't destroyed in a day. If I had more bots, this would probably be faster. More bots that were better at their jobs. That's okay. We'll get there. One area at a time. And then we've got to figure out how the hell we're going to balance it. But you know what? That's a problem for another day. Look, it's already almost done. Hey, I'm allowed to lie to myself, okay? I'm allowed to. It was a good run while it almost had attempts. Of course, maybe the frames will improve while I'm doing this, and then I'll be like, hey, this is actually working. That's what I want to see. I would be like so annoyed if I've done all this work and the frames are still absolutely shockingly bad. Of course, that could happen. If that does, then that happens, I suppose. I don't really have an answer for any of this. So what we're going to do... Oof, this hurts. In fact, it hurts even more now that I've done that. Okay, so... Put that down there. We will create it, I suppose, with just regular belts. We'll then destroy it, as is tradition of my people. And then we, I don't know, cry. Is crying an option? Real quick, guys, is crying an option? I'm not sure. That's okay, we're going to learn new techniques. How exciting. We all love new techniques, right? Hell yeah, we do. No blood. Sadly, this was a fool's errand. That's okay. So I'll probably be spending quite a while undoing the blood. And at some point my inventory is going to be too full of all this blood, and we'll have to, well, of all these materials, and I will have to figure out a way to fix that. But that's time for another day. Oh, that's not good. You don't want that. You do not want your battery exploding on you. That's one thing I've learned. Not from any particular reason, I just, you know, I've got a big feeling that you don't want your battery exploding on you. And they will do that given the chance. So the question I've got is, how many robots can I carry? I think I'm... Actually, hang on. This is a real question. Can we make my butts faster, please? Construction speed. I mean, the answer is probably not anymore after what the madness I've done is. After ripping up all this much, I don't think it's possible to do science anymore, but that's okay. 'Twas a good run while it lasted. So most things have probably stopped production now, but that's okay. You know, I suppose we remove the combiners as well, because quite honestly, we don't know what they're doing now either. $4,100 belts to remove. Oh boy. You know what? Let's do this properly. Let's get rid of the combinators as well. At least those don't need to be replaced with anything. Uh, 217 of those. Rip them out. Oh, fast blood belts. Okay, fast blood belts. It recognizes those as different things. Of course it does. We can carry 20 robots. I'm pretty sure we don't have 20 robots, but we can have them, and that's maybe the real important thing. Hey, Beltbox, how you doing? And Party, welcome everyone. Welcome to my personal hell that I've built for myself. So, if you were here before, you may have seen the Bloodbelt, which was a fantastic idea, except for the fact that the frames it takes is ridiculous. And notice now, by the way, that everything's not moving. Frames have gone back to 60, so that's kind of proof. Look, it's been going better. So my entire belt system is not going to work, so I need to undo it and basically go with a more chaotic belt with no real way of organization. So you know, I have had better, shall we say, but that's okay because I don't know why it's okay. I'm just going to say it's okay and hope that someone believes me one day, because I certainly don't believe myself. I don't want the wood in there. Get that wood out of there. But look, it's going all right. It's just, you know that part where you've been like organizing a base for so long and then you realize you've made a terrible mistake and you have to undo like a whole bunch of work? Welcome to this minute. You know? I am playing it up a little bit for laughs. I'm not that frustrated, but it's still like, it's just extra work I have to do now. Because I have to undo all these fancy schmancy blood belts for belts that aren't all interconnected. And with all the belts stopped, it does seem like it's... I mean, it's also possible that after I do this, it doesn't actually fix the frame problems, in which case the run is properly over, because I'm not running at 20 frames in, like, the mid-game of Factorio. Sorry, the idea of running 20 frames through the middle of Factorio was just so delightfully stupid to me. I'm like, yep, that's funny. 20 frames is not playable. I would like to say it is, and I mean, if I was playing something like Pi, where you know it's a lot of system requirements, I mean, yeah, okay, that's fine, you know, but this has no such excuses. I do have a little bit of a cough. I do have a little bit of a sniffle right now. Nothing I can do about that. I'll try not to cough directly into the camera, sorry, into the microphone. But unfortunately, I cannot offer any real promises. Much like this blood belt system working, I can't promise that it's going to work because it looks like it isn't. But that's alright. Oh, sorry, I didn't do the, I apologize. Nope, that's not how it works. There we go. What were you playing? Factorio? Excellent. Hopefully you are having some success in Factorio. Gosh. Okay, that's okay. We just got to remove every single thing that we've ever made and hopefully, and hope that this fixes it. We should know in about an hour or so, I would imagine. I think an hour is reasonable. World is moving along nicely. Fantastic. That's good to hear. Okay, there's not really been any organization for pulling these out, which is probably going to be a mistake that I'm sure I will be punished for later. Let us just keep pulling these up and hopefully... I'm honestly surprised my power has lasted as long as it has. Like, for my suit. All signs going ready, start on the rocket stuff. Hell yeah! That's good news. Starting on rocket stuff is always a good place to be. I didn't need to do that part first, but whatever, we did. Well, the good news is we can leave the splitters right where they are, so that's going to be how we direct my anger. Did I say anger? I meant anger. Yikes. So much Bloodbelt. I mean, it's 4,000 Bloodbelt that has to be picked up. Each thing probably has like 8 items on it as well. We're not going to worry about the red belts at this stage. I don't think it's really worth my time. We will... Like, the red belts is all fancy schmancy stuff. Oh, never mind. And I don't think we need the fancy schmancy stuff in my life. We just need stuff that works. Quite frankly, that's also not important right down there. And we won't need as much coal in the future because we're going to have solar power. So that's cool. I like solar power. Okay. Got too much stuff in my inventory again. That's fine. We have to expect that. In every life, we will have too much stuff in my inventory. Hello, Abuelita. How are you doing? Hope you are doing well. Alright, let's keep deconstructing everything. I think if we deconstruct around here, I think that's going to be a good starting place for destroying the entire base. I could just nuke the whole... No, I can't nuke it. I don't have nuclear power. Never mind. We can't nuke everything. Can't nuke anything, even. It's the real sadness of the day. We are picking up a treadmill all the freaking day. Oh yeah, I had a friend that was really enjoying that. Are you enjoying it? I never read the books, so I was like, meh, not too fast. Okay, I'm gonna have a few plans. Oh wait, where did all my construction bots go? They are dead to me. Oh well. Maybe one day they'll show up again, but I do not know if they will. I do really need them though, so I hope they do show up. Well, that's good. Glad you're enjoying it. Okay, no blood. It does appear like some things need to be torn down here as well, so maybe we should tear them down. The important thing is it looks like the belt can be created again. Newer, less fantastical, a little bit more boring. It looks like some things are going to be traveling around on the belt, so that's nice. And what we will need to do is have ways of limiting... No, I'm abandoning the Bloodbelt, sadly. So I was getting about 25 frames, and I haven't even got purple or yellow signs working consistently yet. So the Bloodbelt is being abandoned and is being turned into a regular sushi belt. However, do not fret, we will still be doing things. So what are things that we need? Well, we need coal. We need stone. We need iron ore, probably. We need copper. Now, I'm doing this for a very particular reason. And if it's not clear or obvious, it'll hopefully be clear or obvious later. So this is going to be my thing that controls what is actually being made. Hopefully. And so this is going to be controlling the importance of those things. Probably don't need that. Everything I wanted at 1 right now, I think that's the correct answer. Which means on. Right, on is a good number. I can make long 4-belt thick sushi bust that loops in on itself. Could do. What I'm going to do is instead have these linking to the output belts. So using like a really long red wire. Gross, I know, but and then depending on the number it'll output from there. So 1 being the normal output, 2 being extra output that I build, and 0 being just stop all output. Something like that is where we're thinking at the moment. I mean, long belt would work probably, or big belt. But oh god, oh. But yeah, it's going to be dark times for us all. That's okay. We'll get through it together, won't we? Green, red, blue, purple, yellow. I don't need to worry about any other colors. I'm not even sure other colors are even real. I've never seen other colors in my life. I'm not colorblind, I'm just stubborn. And once we start getting these belts back up online, I think we'll be a little happier. I mean, really, most of it's going to be pulling away like 4,000 belts. Yeah. That's just what it's going to be. And if I have to pull up 2,000 or 4,000 belts, I have to pick up 4,000 belts. There's not really much choice about it. That's just life now. How many belts have I picked up so far? 1,500. You know what? We're picking up good amounts of belts. Let's not be miserable. If there was a time to cheat and use nanobots, this would be it. You're right. But I'm a firm believer of justice and paying for one's crimes. And I must pay for the crimes that I've done to Factorio. So you are correct, but, you know, I must atone for my sins. I believe atonement's very important here. Putting belts in a box. But I'm putting blood belts in a box, yeah. Not regular belts. So, unfortunately, I gotta do it this way because I must atone for the sins that I've committed. Forgive me, Woob, for I have sinned. And hopefully the people of, just people in general can forgive me for what I am doing here. Because I do not know if I can forgive myself. That's alright though, like in every run you gotta have some major setback, and hopefully this is the only setback we'll have. I love the optimism. I don't know if I believe it, but I love it. I mean, we could just get cheap fusion-powered bots if I wanted to. We could do it right now. We have fusion-powered robots, and it would just do the work for me. But no, I must atone. Some mod packs have a disassembler machine. Probably not this. Probably not for Bloodbelts, because Bloodbelts is a very particular mod in itself. Yeah, I know Space Exploration had a disassembly machine. I think I never used it to disassemble anything, aside from converting scrap and barrels into useful materials. Atonement is a tricky thing. Alright, well, thanks for coming by. I'll enjoy the lurking. And thank you for the luck. Because I don't know if I need luck, I just need patience. I need to not have done this, that's what I actually needed. Part of me is wondering, would it just be faster to start it from fresh? And the answer is probably not. But I guess we'll see for sure, won't we? I mean, that's what my name is, right? Seifer? Seifer Shore? SeiferKatt? You know what I mean. Unless you don't, in which case that's cool too. Fine. Yeah, something's going to be overproduced while we're doing this. Let's just try and keep some text just flowing. And the important thing is some belts are back online, so I'll take that. As long as some belts are moving, that's, you know, a win, I suppose. That's a long boy. You can leave that long boy alone, I think. Power is crapped out. That I can't say I'm too surprised by that, but during daytime it'll probably all be fixed up. Well, let's not be too worried about power. Look, let's deconstruct red blood belts as well. Let's be honest, it's gotta happen, right? Oh, yeah, we have no power, of course. So that is going to cause problems in different ways. That's okay. Solar power will probably pick up at some point. Likely machines that disassemble most items back into their recipe ingredients. I mean, is it default like that, or is it like a recipe that has to exist? If it's a recipe that has to exist, then I'd have to figure out how to mod it into the recipe, and I'm not doing that. Yeah, maybe. That might be a good idea. I guess atonement is allowed to include recycling. So if we get coal and iron connected, then we start. If we can get coal, iron, and copper connected, then we can start manufacturing things again, and things will be okay. Probably. Tuvok would approve of my Day of Atonement. Well, yeah, you got to atone for your sins. I understand that. You know, penance, flagellation if possible. Pretty sure Tuvok wasn't a flagellant type, but you know, sometimes you got to flagellate yourself. Which, you know, that's a fun word that apparently we needed to learn in high school. The best part about it is it sounds like flatulence, and that's pretty good. Oops. That's actually allowed to exist. How we doing? Yeah. I thought he was the dancing type until the end. I never watched all of it. We're talking about Voyager, right? Unless we're talking about a different Tuvok. I never really watched all of Voyager. I watched a bit of Voyager, but I wasn't really a huge Voyager fan. It was alright. My sister was the huge Voyager fan. Me, I was much more a Deep Space Nine fan, because Deep Space Nine, pretty damn good. You know, good show. I don't think anyone's really going to argue with me on that. Maybe they will. They're allowed to. You know what? If you argue with me on that, that's fine. Unless your argument is why someone I know was saying why he didn't like Deep Space Nine and Voyager was because of the captains, and I'm not saying because they didn't like their code of ethics. Yikes. DS9 sucked until Cisco got a little ship. That is true. And when they had only the runabouts, it wasn't great. But to be fair, okay, I'll be honest with you. I've never actually really. I've watched season 1 of Deep Space Nine, and then I picked back up in like season 4 when the Dominion War was just getting started, or like about to get started. And it's like, so yeah, I have really fond memories of Deep Space Nine because the Dominion War was freaking great. You know, it was exactly what you needed to have. Just like a war that had real impact on people's lives. People died, and for some reason a time-traveling super agent existed. That wasn't really important, but... Oh wait, no, I was getting the secret agency was a different thing. Time-traveling was probably a thing in it. Let's be honest. Deep Space, Star Trek in general just loves time travel, and I do not know why. They're just like, man, wouldn't it be great if we just had time travel every day? And it's like, you know, that's not really the point of this show. It's like, but it's sci-fi. Yeah, but why does everything need to be time travel? I don't know. You thought about more time travel. They just loved time travel. Like, just so much. I mean, I guess I get the idea of, like, omniscient beings like Q existing. Like, that's a different thing. Like, Q is just Q, you know? It's one thing to be like, hey, you think you're so shit hot in this galaxy. Guess what? You're shit not. Yeah, that's a different thing. That's like almost cosmic horror levels of, oh, we don't understand quite what is out there, and that is scary. You know, that's okay. Q is fine. But time travel, I just think, is almost like, wow, congratulations, you went from an unfeasible technology level to an unfeasible technology level, but more unfeasible. Congratulations. What are you going to do next? Go go to every point in the galaxy at once and turn into lizards? I'm not. I have really fallen behind on Star Trek, I'll be honest with you. I used to like watch it religiously. Not religiously, but I used to watch it a lot. And nowadays I just don't really have the time to watch TV. The only TV I watch is if it's with my wife, and when we're eating dinner we'll watch TV. And we only really ever watch like one episode or something, and it's going to be something that we'll both enjoy, so she's not really a Star Trek fan. So no, I haven't been watching it at all, sadly. Maybe I will. Probably won't though, let's be honest. I mean, the number of shows that people tell me I absolutely have to watch is almost to the point that I just give up now. I mean, almost to the point seems like it's not quite there. No, it's absolutely there. I gave up a long time ago to try and keep up with TV shows. Not for any particular reason, as I said, it's just, it doesn't happen. Okay, and with that, we should have everything we need to be able to produce belts. Sort of. We're a little bit light on power, I see, but that's okay. The day is just beginning, and solar power is kicking up. How is Star Trek Picard anyway? As I said, I haven't been watching it, but is it good? Are people generally enjoying it? I mean, I do know Star Trek fans are pretty easily disgruntled about whatever the heck they see on TV and go, that's not what I wanted. I wanted X. You gave me Y. How dare you? You have ruined the character. I mean, you know, Star Trek and Star Wars fans, very similar in that way. Okay. It's absurd in some ways. Oh. How come? Is it just like, is the whole thing just Q trying to date Picard? My God, that'd be such a funny show. The whole show is just like elaborate situations for Q to hook up with Picard. And Picard's like, no. The hell? I would watch that show, actually. Now, we're going to get a lot of coal in the line now, and there's not much we can do about that for now. But that day will change. As long as we keep making more iron. Q has made an appearance in Season 2. You know, I just kind of assumed Q was going to be there from the very start. Huh. I don't know why, I just assumed Q is just always there. Just effing shit up. Being like, Picard, look! I'm dressed as a hamster! And it's just like, why, Q, are you dressed as a hamster? Ha ha ha, it's so funny and random. I mean, that wasn't really what Q was. Q wasn't lol random, I know, but... Was he dressed as a hamster? It's irrelevant, but I still want to know. Excuse me. So we're going to put through a lot of iron right now. That's okay. That will be what allows us to proceed. Who was the actor for Q again? I mean, sad as to say, I only vaguely know of Q, like, so I don't really know enough. Not a hamster, okay. That's a shame. It's a shame. Maybe next time. Honestly, like, that guy's voice is very easily pickable. There was a game that came out like a few years ago where he was like voicing a scientist. It was like a company was trying to make basically Portal, but not Portal. I can't remember what it was called, but it was the same sort of puzzles of sorts. It'd be like, ooh, but how do you get from here to here? Maybe you change gravity. And that was the game. And it was very good, but I can't remember what it was called. Quantum... What was it called? It's bugging me now. Stargate is better than Star Trek, which is way better than Star Wars. I mean, there's things in Star Wars I enjoy, but Star Wars is just dumb. And I like Star Wars, but... I want to say it was called Quantum Conundrum, but it might not have been. It was Quantum Conundrum. Wow, last played 2012. That is an old game now. That game is 10 years old. Huh. Anyway, I liked it. Relevant now. But yeah, sometimes it's just old games that you just go, oh fuck, that game existed, huh? There's nothing wrong about it. It was fine. It was very clearly a Portal-like though. Because everyone just wanted to make Portal, because why wouldn't you? Like, you saw the sort of, like, acclaim that, Fujiflick got, Valve got, and you're like, yeah, I want to make that. Yeah, we're gonna need to probably slow our roll on coal. Slow your roll on coal. That's, my new advertising slogan. Iron is probably fine. Lost Ark. Is that the, is that like the Diablo-esque type game? Like, apologies if I'm misinterpreting that game in a heavy way, but... Is it? You're going on a hike, a short one for 16 kilometers. That's not a short hike. Hey, Gosen, how you doing? Good morning, evening. Okay, power's running out clearly. Maybe that's the next thing I need to work at. It's an MMO like Diablo. Okay. I think the next thing we need to do is probably get the belt to come over to here, where the power is. I wonder if we can get red belt. Is that possible? Who knows? So for those joining me and wondering what the hell I'm up to right now, I'm dismantling the Bloodbelt because the Bloodbelt giving me no frame. Oh gosh, so well the factory is not treating me well, and I'm not treating the factory well. We're just, you know, it's like that couple that threaten each other, and they'll be like, "I'll kill you! No, I'll kill you first!" And you're like, Jesus, and then they like totally make out in like a really awkward way. That's how me and this factory are right now. So the blood belt was giving me about 25 frames, and it was probably not going to get any better. So I've abandoned that, and now I'm trying to get into just doing a sushi belt and having some way to fix it later. We're not there yet. We're at the moment of just trying to create the belts, but the fixing will come later. Don't worry. So we still have about 4,000 belts to remove, I would guess, and probably about the same number of belts to build. New Zealand's sense of humour is quite enjoyable. Oh, I'm glad. I hope you've been seeing some good New Zealand humour of late, because I certainly don't provide any. I just provide misery and disappointment, and that's just to my parents. Unless you're talking about that bloody show that Wes keeps talking about, in which case, I don't care. Okay, well, the good news is when the inserters are working, the iron just gets taken up pretty quickly. And then hopefully the iron all goes to make some of these sweet, sweet belts. Look at that, it's making sweet, sweet belts. The only thing would be better if we made more sweet, sweet belts. As they say. It's a very traditional thing. I hope you're making sweet, sweet belts, is what everyone says. And the response to that is, yeah. Why would I not be? What do I look like? Some sort of savage that doesn't build sweet, sweet belts? Okay. Three angels, 6 or 7 bobs, deadlock stacking, picker mods, omni mods, pi mods. Oh my... Wait, what? Second science was locked behind second science. That's not good. That's not good at all. That is what we call around here an absolute blunder. No one calls it an absolute blunder, but that's what I would like to call it. Yeah, shut up. Anyway. What I need to do now is probably get rid of all these belts. It's not an uncommon line for the next few hours, I'd imagine. So today is not a secret stream. As you'll notice, this is not my regular streaming day, but as I missed Monday, I thought, you know what, you guys deserve a Factorio stream. And yes, of course, you're getting a Factorio stream tomorrow as well, because that's regular Factorio day, but I thought, you know, just because I was sick, it doesn't mean you guys miss out on Factorio. People are like, we really didn't need Factorio that much, and I'm like, I don't care. Redeemed What the Shirt. Okay, we can play What the Shirt. What the Shirt. Okay, today's shirt is Juraxis Park. You know, from yeah, welcome Juraxis Park. It's a World of Warcraft line, I guess, but I see it more of a Hearthstone line when I used to play Hearthstone. It's just a really cool dude. He was the first thing that changed your hero to someone else. And it's just kind of funny, like just being taken over by a demon. Yeah, let's go with Factorio. So yeah, Juraxis Park. Okay, so the plan here is we're going to try and get our steam power back online. And that should be happening very, very soon, I would hope. We're going to be producing way more of so many resources than I really want to. And hopefully we can figure out a way to not do that. It's going to be interesting. We're going to learn a lot of new lessons together, people. I mean, we've already learned a lesson. Bloodbelt is probably not the appropriate thing to do. I was looking so much on how to like put circuit wires on splitters, or have a thing that doesn't read so often. Doesn't matter because it was the belt's at fault. There was really no way of fixing it. It was kind of dead on arrival. And it sucks. I'm, you know, quite sad that this is what we've had to do, but the two options are abandon the run completely or to, you know, do what you can to fix it. And I was going to say Mother never raised me to be a quitter, but it doesn't really matter what Mother raised me to be. I'm a quitter regardless. But I just wanted to get it done, you know? And we're going to get the 2x2 block, and we're going to convert that into having something that doesn't need blood belts. We will be pulling all this apart once we're done, of course. But yeah, we've made some bad choices today, and we will live with them. No, we didn't make bad choices today. We made bad choices earlier. But you know, measure of man, be able to fix your own bad decisions. I don't know if that's necessarily how things work, but it's what we're going to go with. We are building blood belts. That's not what we wanted. Okay, but we should be making a lot of belts right now, and when we're done with this, we should be able to connect it all together. Could I use an upgrader planner to fix my blueprints? No, I can't, because here's the thing. If I upgrade plan these, it doesn't it still wants to keep the circuit condition underneath it. You can't convert from blood to yellow. What happens is it just converts from blood to yellow with a red circuit. The red circuit is the problem. So no, not really. That was my initial thought of doing that, but the game had other plans. So I do actually need to demolish them all. Yeah, I know. That's alright. We all learned a lesson. Don't do this. Okay? If you already had that lesson, then great. Can you... I was going to say go into the past and tell my past self that, but let's be honest, we all know that I wouldn't do it. Wait. Can you do that? I'm not seeing that you can do that. I'm not seeing red wires as a thing you can deconstruct. If you can do that, please let me know. Yeah, if someone had come along and told me, yeah, we tried. We tried. That's what matters. Good thinking, though, crew. Very proud of everyone. You know, the best damn audience I could ever ask for. And I appreciate everyone's assistance in trying to get me out of this stupid mess. So, if you are on the Discord channel, which no problem if you're not, you'll see that I was considering doing a Darkest Dungeon game, just like one day a week, just, you know, just a bit of fun, you know, because Darkest Dungeon's a fun game. And originally I was thinking, like, if I get frustrated or something, right, Split, it still has red wires. Ah, you're right, it does. Thank you. Good spotting, good spotting. And then my original thought was like, oh, if I get frustrated, then I should have like a punishment wheel, which, you know, is fun. I think everyone enjoys a good punishment wheel from time to time. But I was like, yeah, but what if I am actually able to remain super chill the entire game? Which, one, would be pretty funny if that was possible. I don't imagine that. But secondly, I was like, that's fun. But I think the punishment wheel should also be if someone dies. So, excuse me. I'm just gonna blow my nose real. For the king. Mmm. I've heard good things about that. It's kind of board game-esque, isn't it? A little bit. It looks a little board gamey. Yeah, I could give For the King a go. It's not a bad idea. I had a friend that was playing it, and I think he was streaming it. Not really relevant. I was watching him stream it, and I was like, "Yeah, that looks fun." Yeah, maybe. But yeah, I was thinking, have a situation that if someone dies, then do a sort of punishment game type thing, like have a wheel that you spin, and it was going to be the wheel of punishment. So I think I'm going to have two tiers for that wheel. One of like if a party member dies, and then also a if like it's a total party kill, because you know you gotta celebrate that more strenuously. So if you are interested in ideas for the punishment wheel, expect I'll lose in For the King. Oh, probably. Hey, give it a go. Let's have a look. Let's look For the King. I have looked at that game. That's a game that I'll enjoy losing. Ooh, I do enjoy losing. It's like the Dwarf Fortress motto, you know, losing is fun. And really that's just because if you don't find fun in losing, you won't enjoy the game. For the king. For the king! See if I just already own it. I don't. That's a shame. Yeah. Tabletop and roguelike elements and adventure. Ooh. Did the blueprint have 4 blood belts? Shouldn't do. I thought I removed those. Did I not remove those? No, they're all removed. They're all gone. Oh, the original did, but I took them away. I fixed that up. Okay. So let's continue pulling all these down. I don't know where my bots are at the moment, but that's okay. They're lazy. Oh, hey. Fancy seeing you guys here. You lazy bots. Oh, now the power's down. I wonder whose fault that is. Robots? Probably. It's absolutely not the robot's fault. I just want to make that clear. That one's probably my fault. That's alright. We'll be fixing that one very shortly. With these handy and dandy belts. And once those belts are installed, then we'll get to see some real power. Real power might be overcompensating for something, but we'll get to see some degree of power. Yeah, I could give For the King a go. I do want to branch a little bit out from Factorio. Like, I don't want to go away from Factorio because I think I love Factorio and it's got a great community and a lot of the community is around Factorio, so I'm never really going to leave that entirely. But I do want to play other things as well. But it's not going to be going away from Factorio as a thing. Like, I'll always be running Factorio for the foreseeable future, just because a lot of you, that's why you're here. And yeah. I don't want to change necessarily away from being the channel that people have come here for. Ugh. Okay, and that should start getting coal in when it feels like it. Getting coal in. Ah, jeez. Aw, rice balls. That's so bloody kind of you to say that. Yeah, I appreciate that. I know a little bit of me is still like a little bit. I don't want to say triggered because it has weird connotations these days, but just like a little bit like, aw, when someone was like, I only subbed for this content, you don't do that anymore, so I'm unsubbing. And it's like, one, why'd you need to say that, dude? Like, you didn't need to say that. But two, it's like, aw, I let him down. And it's so stupid that I was like, this guy, look, who I also did not remember the name of, like, it's not like he was like a big fan of my other streams, but I was like, why did you do this? And it really got to me, and I even mentioning it now, like, this was years ago. I don't know why I'm beating myself up over this, but I am. And I mean, in some ways I get it, like, sometimes, like, you know, you go to a store, and you're, like, really frustrated about something in the store, and you just go, you know what, I'm never going in there again. But you don't storm out there and shout that at someone as you leave. I mean, some people do. We've all seen those videos. But, you know, it's just like, I feel like they were doing that. And, man, the weird thing is, it turns out people, they actually have, like, emotions. I know, it's strange. But my feelings were hurt, guys. That's what I'm saying. My fifis. Ah, that's so dismissive of one's feelings. It's so bad. Anyway. God, that cough was not me being sad, by the way. That cough was just because I am sick. Empathetic people like that. Oh my god. Oh, sorry. I. We're gonna change the topic to something so much better. So I know feelings. Pathetic. I used to work in a supermarket, right? It was I left school and I was like, screw it, I need to find a job, and I went and worked at a supermarket. They have other names in other countries. Supermarché, if you're French. Grocery store, food store, the old buy some food and make it at home, you lazy pricks store. You know, those stores. I worked at one of those. And I don't want to be rude to people working in grocery stores. Like, there were smart people there, but there were also some people who were not very, shall we say, intelligent. You know, I'm not being rude to all grocery store people, but unfortunately, this is where the story is going to go. So I just want to preface that, like, if you work in a supermarket, that's cool, man. Like, you gotta do what you gotta survive. I respect that. Cool. Now I've got that out of the way. So, where was I going? Empathetic, right? I don't even know if the word is empathetic now. Okay, anyway, oh, like, yeah, okay, so a staff member was just being really fucking rude about a customer they just had, because the customer was, like, needing something. They needed it quite urgently, apparently. I don't know why. But they were just like, what a loser, that sort of thing. I'm like, hey, can't you be a bit more empathetic towards the customer? And the person swung around with their friends, you know, because I was the outcast, because, I mean, let's be honest. One, I could be like, oh, I was a pasty white nerd who, you know, had very poor social skills. The other one could be, I didn't know when to shut the hell up. But anyway, so I said, can't you just be a bit more empathetic to the customer? That's quite rude. And they swung around and went, did you just call me pathetic? And I'm like, no, I said empathetic. Don't call me pathetic. And I'm like, I didn't. And they're like, don't call me pathetic ever again, or you'll regret it. And I'm just like, okay, I didn't. But, and anyway, just like telling someone to be empathetic and then just being so angry that I called them pathetic. And I'm like, but the thing is, and again, not saying it's about grocery store employees, you got to do what you got to do, yada, yada, yada. A lot of them weren't very smart that I worked with. There were some real switched on people there, though. Some real smart people there, but most of the people were not that. That's all right. You know, everyone's got to get their money somehow. You know, we all got to eat. We all got to live. We all got a lot of iron just flooding our belts. That's probably going to be problematic. You know, we'll worry about those things when we get there. But, yeah. I didn't particularly like working at the supermarket. I like working with the customers, which is the weirdest thing about saying about retail. The customers were actually pretty cool, usually. I mean, there was always the occasional asshole, of course, but, you know, people are always like, the thing I liked most about retail were my co-workers. Now, my co-workers could go. Insert your insult word of choice here, because they could do that. You know, I tell them to go F themselves, but I think some of them would enjoy that. Wow. This was like, I'm just trying to think how long ago this was. This was like 20 years ago, and I am still bitter, apparently. Yikes. Welcome to therapy class for SeiferKatt, guys. In this one, he talks about his deep feelings about how he still hurts about working in a supermarket 20 years ago. Oof, well, thank you, my therapist. Look, I got to get down one of those cool couches. If someone could say in a German accent, how do you feel about that? I would really appreciate that now. Actually, some of you do have German accents, I just remembered. Well, probably. Do I play any Blizzard games? I haven't played any Blizzard. I used to play a lot of Blizzard games. I mean, I'm wearing a Juraxis Park shirt, so clearly I used to play them. Man, I used to play all the Blizzard games. I used to play a lot of WoW. I mean, everyone did that, right? Everyone had their WoW time. I played quite a bit of Hearthstone. I really got into Hearthstone. I wasn't particularly great at it, but I really got into it. Like this, talking about how bad I was at it. I got to rank like 15 once. I was like, holy shit, rank 15. No, stop. Rank 15. This is ridiculous. Rank 15 is not impressive, but I got there. Panda also played Hearthstone. Love Diablo 3. I played a lot of Diablo 3 before, like, the expansion which fixed all the dumb shit about their loot system and real money trade system worked. And I could be like, it wasn't very good. If you could give me some WoW time, would you okay again? You mean log in? Probably not. No. I don't really have the time for WoW. That's the thing. Like, I mean, I would love to, but I probably wouldn't play it because I just would not have the time. Oh, goodness gracious. I barely have the time to play what I don't even have the time to play what I'm normally playing anyway. But I mean, I would appreciate it, but I mean, honestly, save it for someone who would actually play it. Played a lot of Overwatch when that came out. Like, I've got like a little diva Funko Pop over there, where she's like, pow! Fucking loved Diva. She was so fun. But wait, you don't play WoW? You don't have the time? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. When I was younger, I had a lot more time. Now I have responsibilities. I've got things I need to do. I mean, everyone's a bit like that. You know, it doesn't matter how old you were when you played. Everyone's like, yeah, I do not have any other time that I used to have. I mean, I probably won't be picking up Overwatch 2. Just, I'm not going to do the whole, like, Blizzard blah, 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 Blizzard bad. Blizzard was a good company. I don't really know if I can necessarily support them what they do these days. I'm not even just talking about, like, the harassment cases, which, to be fair, are pretty bloody serious, the fact they did nothing about them. But even their games, they used to be really inspired things, and now they're just not. Like, it used to be, if Blizzard picked up a genre, that would be the defining game of that genre. You know what I mean? Like, it would be like, oh, shit, Blizzard made a card game, and then everyone was making Hearthstone wannabe games for, like, years. Blizzard made Blizzard made a JRPG, or not a JRPG, sorry, a MMO. For the next years, all we saw was Blizzard style MMOs. Blizzard made a RTS. I mean, yeah, they did, didn't they? And there was not a finer RTS from anyone else in quite some time. Sure, there were games that were good, but were they as good as WoW? I mean, sorry, as good as, StarCraft? As good as Warcraft? Not really, actually. They were the leaders of the market. They were. And now, I think, honestly, the big shift was, and this is going to be a weird one, I think it was Heroes of the Storm. Because Heroes of the Storm, they were late to the market, and they didn't really understand what the market was in the first place, as far as I'm concerned. Like, that's broken. Like, they just sort of went, oh yeah, people want this, I guess. And I just feel like Heroes of the Storm, like, no one, I mean, Heroes of the Storm was fine, I played it. But I don't think it was what anyone really wanted or asked for. But Blizzard was like, oh no, what we lost friggin' Dota to our enemies at Valve, or our rivals at Valve. They tried to get into the League Hive. They tried to, well, I think they were more burned about Dota, to be honest. I think Dota was the one that hurt them. Because when Dota happened, it was very clear they did not get on that boat. They should have... They were not there. They were not the competitor. They wanted to be the competitor. I don't know what's happened with the belt here, so we're just going to... They wanted to be the competitor. They were not. They couldn't esports it like StarCraft, but to be fair, they didn't esports StarCraft. Like, I know they go, ah, well, we did StarCraft. No, you fucking didn't. You think you did, but you didn't. Korea did StarCraft for you. The StarCraft players made StarCraft for you. Like, yeah, sure, you made the game, but if it wasn't for, like, the huge market in Korea, like, really making StarCraft the huge game... Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I respect that. Dota was huge. LoL made it mainstream. And Dota 2 is also huge as well. Like, I'm still surprised when I find someone who plays Dota 2. Yeah, Korea did. Korea made StarCraft what it was. Okay? And you can say, like, oh, well, actually, no, it was Blizzard. It wasn't Blizzard. Blizzard didn't make StarCraft the way, like, to be a huge, absolute giant in industry. It was Korea loving StarCraft. And then it's almost like Blizzard came along. I'm just really getting energized about talking about Blizzard right now. Blizzard came along and went, oh, yeah, we made this game really popular. No, you made the popular game. You were not the ones that made it popular. The people who made it popular were your big stars, which I can't name because I'd never followed StarCraft, but they were the ones who made your game popular. And what happened when StarCraft 2 came out? Was it a big game? Yeah. Yeah, it was. But it's a bit telling how a bunch of people never left StarCraft 1. You know? Because they liked StarCraft 1. They didn't want StarCraft 2. All they wanted was more StarCraft 1. And Blizzard tried to have their cake and eat it. They wanted to have their single-player game, which, you know, would attract the filthy casuals like myself. I joke, of course. And they wanted their competitive two-player game. Oh my god, you know what? Dota was... I never got into Dota. Like, even Dota 2. I tried, I couldn't get into it. I think it looks terrible, no offense. But League of Legends, the art style was wonderful. The thing is, Dota seemed like it was being too hardcore. And I've got friends that go, no, it wasn't. But I'm like, no, it was. So, Dota, when you lose, the villain's like, one of the guys like, ha ha ha, you lose. And I'm like, I don't need that shit in my life. I feel bad enough as it is. I'm projecting here, I know. But, and all the characters seem like, so what does this guy think? He's a big man, he's strong. What about her? She's strong with magic. What about her? She's just strong. What about her? She's strong. What about him? He's big and strong. Like, yeah, I know there were characters that weren't that. I know that, but it just seemed to be that was the thing of everyone. And everyone was about being, like, and again, I didn't play a lot of Dota 2. I might be misconstruing that. Fine. But in League of Legends, there was a little girl who was like a pyrotechnic and a fire bear. Hilarious. There was a mummy who was just sad. You're just sad you're not a mummy, though. You're a panda. There was a little fluffy guy who would just walk around and be like, hop, 2, 3, 4, and just kill people with mushrooms. Hilarious. League of Legends. You know, and that's kind of the thing. Like, their lore that they made for League of Legends is kind of part of the reason why I think Arcane did so bloody well. Because, I mean, didn't Dragon's Blood also come out this year? Did anyone watch that? Anyone? What is going on here? I don't know. I'm just gonna do it by hand. Did anyone watch Dragon's Blood? I didn't. I didn't care. I assume it was good, but hell, even my friends who play Dota, they didn't talk about it, so I guess it wasn't great. Yeah, still watching StarCraft on Twitch. I mean, that's the real killer, isn't it? You're still watching the old game. They don't want you to do that. They want you to watch the new hotness. I mean, hell, I still occasionally watch League, and I haven't played League in years. I don't know half the characters anymore. I'm like, what the... Oh, and I'm like, hey, it's a character I know. And then he, like, launches himself halfway across the screen. I'm like, what? Is he always doing that? It's like, oh, yeah, they revamped him recently, and now he flies. Oh, that's cool, I guess. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's still more or less the same game, and, you know, you can still just tune in and watch some things happen, and you go, okay, that's fun. I mean, League is another game I just wish I had time for, but I also don't think I've got the emotional stamina to handle that game anymore. Maybe I do, I don't know. My emotional stamina is really just handled best by just a card game of Magic these days, so I'm like, yep, that's fine. If I lose, I haven't, like, upset anyone. Man, let's be honest, those, not just League players, but just, MOBA players, yikes, they're getting salty over there. You gotta chill just a little bit. I mean, I liked, what was it, okay, my thing with League is I think I like every part of League except League of Legends. Which is a weird thing to say, but... like, League of Legends is my least favorite part of League. Oops. Gotta go drop some stuff off at the pool, I guess. Why is this all skew whiff now? Oh, I know why. Someone tried to rotate once. It was me. I tried to rotate. And then that's kind of broken there. No, that's fine. But we are almost back to the point that we've got a factory going of some description. I mean, now we've got making all the green science, making all the red science. Now I think we just need to make blue science, which, let's be honest, is a bit of a problem in itself, which is due to the lack of sulfur. Okay, we can make sulfur. Okay, so we need to go sort of this way. Don't we have more construction bots existing somewhere? Yeah, we do. Yeah, I kind of miss Blizzard games every now and then, but I also would never go back to them. Mostly due to time. I'd like to say mostly due to, like, a sense of righteousness, but nah, I'm weaker than that. I'd like to say I'm stronger than that, but I'm not. I will not play your games, sire, due to the way you treat your staff. Nope. I'm not that noble, unfortunately. I wish I was. I really do wish I was that noble. But I'm not. You know, it's like you always have dreams of how you wish you would proceed with things. And I mean, yeah, you could do it, but are you willing to? Really? And that last little bit is the real trick, isn't it? To actually be... You know, put your money where your mouth is, to put your ideals where you want them. That's the trick. Are you able to be as pious as you say you are? You know? Yeah, some people can. And I respect those who can. Did I ever play the Total War franchise? Man, that one hurts me. Okay, so Total War is... Oh, that's wrong. Total War is an interesting game for me. I want to play Total War. Total War is a franchise that I always want to enjoy. What is going on here? I don't know. But I never actually enjoy the Total War games. Like, I always want to. I always go, you know what? I want to play this game because I love Total War games. This is what I used to tell myself. I've since gotten over that one. And I'll buy the game and I'll play it for like the shortest amount of time. And I'll be like, oh, I'm bored. And then I won't play it anymore. And I'm like, well, that was a waste of my money. Like the last one was Total War Hammer. I got the first one. I got it in like a Humble Monthly or something. And I was like, yeah, you know what? Other Total War games haven't been my bag. But this one is Warhammer. I like Warhammer. Okay, first off, I like Warhammer 40k, not Warhammer Fantasy, but whatever. Warhammer is Warhammer, right? Anyway, not really relevant, but... and I play like the first battle. And then I'm like, oh, well, I'm kind of done with this. I'm bored. Which is not where you want to be in a game that you were actually really excited about like 5 minutes ago. I really respect people who love the series though, because I can't and I want to. Like, I used to play a lot of Total War Medieval. I think it was just Medieval, yeah. I don't think it was Medieval 2. And I played quite a bit of Rome Total War as well. Again, Rome, the first one. You're a little hurt? You like the fantasy more than 40k? That's totally fine. You know. I see, the thing is, for 40k, I've got like too many years of history with that one. Like, ooh. I have been loving Warhammer 40k since I was 13. Right? You know, back when life was simpler. When all that stuff that happens in life was different. When I had a bunch of friends that I would like see every single day because we went to school and then would hang out after school, or like, well, not after school, what am I saying? But would hang out and on the weekends and we'd just play Warhammer and talk about all the things that, you know, young boys like to talk about, which is magic cards and orcs going wah, and what do you think I was going to say? Girls? Barely. Occasionally. You know, we talked about all the important stuff, and those days are gone. And, you know, orcs going wah and heroic space marines who were absolutely the good guys. Yeah, well, 25 frames was the real problem on that one. Don't worry, we're still doing Sushi Belt. When we can get it going again. So I mean, look, I wanted to like Warhammer Fantasy, but again, my history isn't there. I don't have like the nostalgic memories of it. And I think, you know, nostalgia plays a huge part in that sort of thing. I mean, you know, and things don't mean the same thing as they used to mean, of course, either. Like, I understand very well now the Space Marines are not the good guys. The Imperium are not the heroes. Something that people at a, you know, Warhammer tournament were not aware of, coming dressed in full SS uniforms. Holy shit, what the actual fuck? Because, hey, turns out a system that is ruled completely by oppression and a devout sense of justice that everyone else should die because they're different from you. How are you the good guys? Why wouldn't you be the good guys? You had a terrible high school experience. I mean, out of context, didn't we all? Well, what was the experience? Rice balls. But you know, it was like simpler times. Just a bunch of orcs going wah, and thinking it was funny to talk all orky like. Because, you know, that's what we enjoyed. And occasionally when we talk about girls, it would be like, we don't understand why girls don't want to talk to us. I mean, we'll never figure that one out, right? We'll never figure that one out, eh, boys? The Salamanders and the White Scars. Okay. White Scars were the bikers, and the Salamanders were the flamethrower ones where the skins are black, if I remember rightly. Boy, I hope this doesn't come into a racist thing, because that's where I see this one going. Because White Scars are based around Mongol horse, like, cavalry, and Salamanders are black. And yeah, I can see where you go with this one. Please don't go this way. But yeah, I mean, these days, like, yeah, that's where we're going. Shit. Fuck. I was afraid of that. Excuse my language. Racism, not okay. Sorry, guys. I'm going to say this right now, just in case you were not sure. In case you were unaware, racism, bad. Anyway. Now we've got that out of the way. Yeah, that's a shame. And look, given how early Games Workshop stuff was, I imagine also... I haven't looked into the Salamanders or White Scars, but I have a funny feeling if I was to look into that, I'd be like, wow, they weren't exactly not racist here, were they? But I could be wrong. I would like to imagine I'm wrong. I think Games Workshop's gotten a little bit better at that sort of stuff lately. Vulcan was your favorite Primarch? I don't know enough about the Primarchs. I've never read any of the Horus Heresy stuff. So I only know a little bit about Primarchs and stuff, but I really only know about 41st Millennium rather than 31st. I mean, honestly, the thing that got me most excited about the Khan was a strict but cold-blooded killer only when pushed. Well, that's fine, I guess. Hopefully. The thing that interested me most about Warhammer lately is, first off, the video games for Warhammer are absolutely amazing right now, and I do not understand why or how, because it's kind of insane that, you know, Fusion Flicks, Games Workshop just allows almost anyone to make their games, which is kind of insane, but I kind of dig it. Yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, I love that, and also some friends were saying, like, you really need to read the Caiaphas Cain books. And I was like, I'm really not interested in reading Warhammer books, I just don't care. And they're like, let me tell you about Caiaphas Cain. Space Marine 2 looks cool? Hell yeah, it does! Ah, so good. I'm keen on that one. Have you guys ever heard of Caiaphas Cain? Like, has anyone not, like, just say yes if you want to hear about the just best Imperial Guard Commissar. Just one yes is all I need. Because I will talk about Caiaphas Cain if one person says, tell me about him. And you know me, I don't get excited about nothing. Well, I do get excited about nothing. Shut up. No, Space Marine 2 looks sick and cool. Like, I mean, I haven't even seen any gameplay footage. All I've seen is a Space Marine being badass. Yes, he's dope AF. All right, well, I heard a yes, so we're going into this. So, real quick thing you need to know. The trains are going. So, we're just going to go over like the first short story about Caiaphas, right? Because this is important, because it sets up his character. Now, first off, commissars. They are basically, you know how in World War II stuff you get like the Soviet commissar behind the troops being like, not one step back. If you take a step back, I will shoot you personally. That's how commissars are, right? Now, Caiaphas Cain, he's a commissar, but he's like, you know what? If you threaten people with death constantly on the battlefield, or like, oh, you misbehaved and you assaulted an officer, I will kill you for that. And then all his friends get really pissed off. He's like, so when you're in a battle situation, a lot of commissars die to friendly fire. It happens. It's absolutely accidental. Bullshit. He knows that. Everyone knows that. Commissars being rolled by their own troops, pretty normal. So he's like, I'm not going to do that. But not because of good justice and that sort of thing, because the man is a fucking coward. He is a goddamn coward. And so when he goes for postings, the first thing he tries to get into the artillery brigade, because the artillery brigade, he walks the walk, not just talks the talk. He doesn't walk the walk though. He does it accidentally every time, which is why the story I'm going into. So he managed to get himself posted to the artillery brigade, because if any fighting's going to happen, you're going to be miles away. Like, these tanks fire like 200-kilometer shots. Maybe not that far, but they fire many, many kilometers away. So you are going to be the absolute safest in an artillery regiment. And he's so happy with this. This is what he wants. He just wants to live his life quietly and peacefully as a commissar and then collect the pension. Right? So, he's there in his artillery regiment doing his thing, and Tyranids, which are these basically Zerg, attack. And he's like, well, shit. I want none of this. But it's okay, we're artillery regiment. And then a bunch of Tyranids break off to attack the artillery regiment. And he's like, shit, I'm not having any of this. So, as everyone's fighting on the front line, he steals one of the reconnaissance vehicles and is zooming towards the spaceport where all the civilians are like evacuating. Because he's like, nah, man, I'm evacuating. I don't give a shit about this. My life's worth more than this. He doesn't steal it by himself though. He also takes a soldier with him, like a driver, Jurgen. It's kind of irrelevant. The main important thing is the guy's smelly. No one likes him, right? And Jurgen, he's not a smart man, but he's a loyal man. So he's like, Corporal, we must go into the spaceport to protect the civilians. And he's like, yes, sir, we're going to protect the civilians. Because why would a commissar lie to him? He wouldn't. So they're driving. And when they come across a larger wave of Tyranids, because, shit, that's just happened. And he's like, well, this is bad. And so he leaps out of the tank. You know, the tank gets damaged or something, and he leaps out of the tank, and he starts running for it. Because he's not having any of this. He's not dying today. No, sorry, this is Commissar Cain. You know, he protects his own life. So he starts booking it. And as he's running, he comes across like a leader, like a very strong Tyranid, like a very big bug. And he's like, he turns around and he runs back to the tank where Jurgen's like, help me, sir, I'm trapped under the tank. Please, you've got to save me, sir. So he saves Jurgen because, hey, if you've got another person with you, you can always throw him in front of the big scary bug, right? Good plan. Like it. And then he's calling for artillery strike where he was. Because he doesn't want to die. If he kills them, then he's safe. So Jurgen gets saved, and then the artillery strike comes and everyone's all safe and happy. Yay, good job. And he's regarded as a hero because, well, he was there. He called the artillery strike. He saved the regiment because he was in a different place. Hang on, why was he in a different place, though? This is a very good question. Why was he in a different place? Well, you see, I know the Tyranids, and I know that when they attack, the first wave is never the big one. The big one is always coming from the side, so I was scouting for it. Pretty bad lie, huh? But that's what he says. And the commander goes, Okay, then why did you not send one of the soldiers? Exactly, doesn't have to outrun the bug, just can outrun you. Why did you not send one of the other soldiers, Commissar Kane? Well, all the men were at the front lines fighting, and I didn't want to waste their time, because if I was wrong, I would be taking a valiant soldier of the Imperium away from the front lines, where he could be doing much good against the enemies of the Imperium. My god, he's a goddamn hero. Award that man with a medal and send him to the front lines, because this is a man who clearly loves his job. He hates the enemies of the Imperium, and he will be at the front lines every time because he's so good at what he does. Remember, he's a coward. So every single story is him basically being like, I'm going to avoid this scary thing, and then end up in a worse position than when he started. You know? And it's funny every time. He's so cowardly. But he's good at what he does. He's like, and because the commissar doesn't just shoot his soldiers in insubordination, his soldiers love him. They respect him more. They respect him so much. They will take a bullet for this man rather than give a bullet to that man, which is not the typical commissar reaction. Because, you know, there's a mutiny, there's a big brawl in the canteen, and he's like, right, after he gets shit sorted and that, he figures out who did it, and he's like, all right, why did this happen? Okay, we're going to be doing this, and we're going to be fine. Who did it? These people. Okay, and they're like, well, we're being put to death now. No, yeah, he's got the best luck. You're not going to be put to death now. You are going to be doing this, and then you're going to be on prison duties, and then when we go to a place that can take you, you'll be sent to the penal division. Hey, he didn't kill them. And at the same time, he didn't kind of break the rules, because they're going to die in the penal legions. Because, let's be honest, the soldier army is not really well treated. But he didn't kill them. He was lenient. And all the other soldiers go, oh my goodness, if he was lenient to them, he's not going to shoot us for any insubordination. We love this man. We will keep him alive. Keep him alive. That's what Commissar Kane's all about. Meanwhile, Jurgen, you know, the soldier he saved under the tank, they decided that Jurgen should be assigned to him because Jurgen has absolute loyalty towards this man. Jurgen asked, could he please be assigned to work under the legendary Commissar Kane? And Jurgen smells bad, so they're like, yeah, alright, sure, we don't really care that much. So Jurgen works under him. And okay, that's cool, I guess. Sure. But Jurgen believes in Commissar Kane and everything he does. So if Commissar Kane is having a nap, shall we say, and he says to Jurgen, hey, don't let anyone inside my office because I'm working on important work, Jurgen's like, okay, sir. And then just believes him. So he gets away with so much. Meanwhile, the general that his army is attached to kind of is pretty sure this is what Commissar Kane's doing. But at the same time, the general likes him. And he respects him. He knows he's a bit of a weird guy, but he's like, why would, like, sure, he may do some, like, unorthodox tactics, but he saves the day. He is an absolute hero. But every time he does something that saves the day, his heroism grows, and people expect more from him, to the point that, like, soldiers are like, Commissar Kane is with us. He will never, like, back down from a fight. Let's go in, lads. Commissar Kane is with us. Commissar Kane's like, I can't not go in with them, because not going in with them would prove I'm a fraud. So I have to fight with the men, but I don't want to die. So he goes, well, I would love to fight with you men, but you understand I've got to check out this ice cave. I've got to check out this cave, right? Because a cave, what's going to be in a cave? Nothing. Oh. No, that... I mean, I think the number of times that in that book it says, like, if you'd known what he knows, like, it's all written like, yeah, don't care how you do it, just care that you do it. Exactly. It's all written, like, as his own writings. Which, you know, he's just telling a bunch of lies, and there is a person who's basically editing these and basically calling out his bullshit occasionally. And he's honest in his journals, so to some degree. But the number of times he's like, if I had known then what I know now, I would have never done this, and I would have gladly run into the arms of the orcs, asking for them to take me with them. But now I cannot, because alas, it was not to be. And then he tells a story about how, you know, he almost died in another fantastical way. Again, gaining more reputation as the hero of the Imperium. We've got way too much coal. Anyway, Commissar Kane. That's... I told you I could talk about Commissar Kane. If I was to ever play Warhammer again, I would play an Imperial Guard army just to have a Commissar. I don't even care that he wouldn't be Commissar Kane. He would just be a regular Commissar, but to me, the Imperial Guard is just the funniest thing. Because, let's talk about the enemies of the Imperium. I'm aware that we are talking about Warhammer, and this is on the bingo sheet before anyone points it out. Where are our red signs? I feel like a red signs, apparently. Yeah, because we probably have a severe lack of copper. Anyway. Would I stream Space Marine 2? I hadn't considered it. I could. If there was demand for it, I could. I mean, it'd give me an excuse to buy it on launch. Use the stream money to buy Space Marine 2. That's ethical use of stream money, right? I do actually want to commission some more art. I mean, if there was demand for Space Marine 2, yeah, I could stream it. As I said, if there was demand for it, though. If people were just like, I don't really care that much, then maybe I wouldn't, but... Oh, look at that, it's doing the really cool thing where it only... that's annoying. Fine. But yeah, so Imperial Guard is just the funniest army to me because it's like, how much is the game? $60? It's something like that, yeah. I mean, $60 for you guys, I guess is. Well, I mean, it depends where you are. How much would Space Marine 2 cost me? Is it even available on the Steam store right now? Space Marine 2. Dawn of War. Okay, well that's clearly not what I wanted. You know that. And Space Marine 1 is still like $80? What the hell? I was wondering what that sound was, and then I realized it was the trailer for Space Marine. I don't know how much Space Marine would be. It's probably going to be like between $100 and $140. Hopefully not $140. That'd be foolishness. Yeah, I could certainly consider it. Well, at least the frames don't seem to be bad yet, so whatever I'm doing is clearly doing something. Inventory is full again. Okay, that's fine. But yeah. Okay, now focusing on what I was saying about Imperial Guard. There we go. Get there eventually. So yeah, they just make them fight against things that are just ridiculously big and just horrible to fight against. Like, you know, Starship Troopers, you know where like they're fighting against the bugs and the bugs are like freaking 2 or 3 times the height of a man and the ability to kill like 4 soldiers who are fully armed before they go down. I mean, that's funny to me because I guess I'm a horrible person. But that's really funny to me, and the Imperial Guard is basically the same idea. Like, oh, you're gonna fight bugs that are like 5, 6 times the height of a man that just scream through the battlefield at the speed of sound and just rip a soldier from air or just dissolve them with their spit. And you've got them with little flashlight guns? Like, that's what you've given them to fight against this horrible beast. Okay. Well, that's just the Tyranids. Like, they can't all be that bad. What about, 8-foot tall, super powered, like, space marines who just hate you? Oh, well, okay. We've gone with 2 bad examples. What else are there? Space elves that flit through time and space. Okay, they don't flit through time and space, but they might as well, right? Okay, well, that's pretty rough too, I suppose. What else could they fight against? Oh, yeah! Robots that self-resurrect and cannot die. I kind of said the same thing there. Or the ones that literally wear the skins of their, like, victims. So, oh boy, buddy, don't you look forward to being killed by them? Of course, there's always the Dark Eldar people who have got a different name now. They just, they'll have you as slaves. Don't worry about it. That's fine. Demons? Yeah, make the humans fight against demons. What's the worst that could happen? Just, what? The poor little humans. What do they got? Some tanks? That's all they got. They can't fight against all that shit, but they have to. That's their job. And knowing that, they're probably going to die. Astartes on YouTube. That's the one with the Space Marines crashing or colliding with that ship and like advancing slowly, right? It was like the fan-made one, right? I know I watched something fan-made that was Space Marines, like Ultramarines crashing into a ship and just being like, pa 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 pa. And then, end of the day, even if you've done a good job, your head, the head of the military might still go, you know what, you're corrupted now. We'll just destroy the entire planet you live on. We'll just annihilate your entire, like, platoon or regiment. Why? Because you're corrupted now. You fought against chaos. Yeah, no, I saw the fan-made ones. So good. So good. I always want to say so good, like the milk. But no one ever gets that reference, because so good is just like a milk. What sort of milk do they make? It's like soy milk. So I don't really know if it's actually good. I don't have soy milk, but called so good, so, Do I have a donate button? I don't really. I can create one if you really want me to. All I've really got is cheering, but then half of that money goes to, like, Amazon, I guess. I could add a donate button if you really want me to. If you think it's worthy of such things. I don't know what's going on over here. This is perplexing. But yeah, just... Space Marine 1 was just super... Oh! My goodness! Rice balls! Thank you so much. You really didn't... You really shouldn't have... Thank you! I do need to have a sound for that. Thank you so much! I appreciate that, and, that goes towards Space Marine 2? Well, okay, absolutely. The Space Marine 2 fund is well started. Okay, I'll take it. Thank you. Be sure to thank Delicious Rice Balls, Tark, Big Op, Lex Real, Fraser. Well, Fraser's already said it. Good work, Fraser. Well into it. And Diacris. So, thank you so much. And, yeah, absolutely. That'll go towards the Space Marine 2 fund. Okay, well, now there's literally been donations to support that. I don't know what to say. Thank you. I mean, aside from thank you. Okay, let's get this cola rolling. Oh, it's like my favorite Pokemon, Roly-Coly. Such a dumb Pokemon, I love it. Oh, God. Pokemon's a weird series. I always want to like it, but then I just go, I don't know if I want to play Pokemon. I think I like the idea of Pokemon more than I like Pokemon. It's like League of Legends, which also the Pokemon League of Legends was a weird flex, but okay. I mean, I know it wasn't League of Legends, but you know, the Pokemon MOBA. I don't know if anyone really asked for that or wanted that, but hey, by howdy, you got it. I played like a couple of matches of it. I was like, well, this is certainly a game that exists. When is Space Marine 2 coming out anyway? I need to consider that now. The misery. Everyone wants to be my enemy. Pokemon... Is it Clash? Really? My wife never grew up playing Pokemon or watching Pokemon or any of that stuff. It just wasn't in her periphery. So I got her to play Pokemon Go, and she absolutely adored that for a while. And Snap. I tried to get her to play the actual Pokemon games. Pokemon Unity, yes. So many Pokemon spin-off games. I forget what they're all called. But she played Pokemon Snap. She adored that, and then she was just done with Pokemon. But, you know, she knows Pokemon. She's very proud that when she remembers the name of Pokemon, I'm like, yeah, hell yeah, that's Charmander. Like, when we first met, she was calling it Hamilton because some old woman was like, you know, those videos are like, hey, Grandma, see if you can guess what these Pokemon are called. What is this proving to anyone? I don't know. But, you know, and the old woman looks at, like, a picture of a Charmander and is like, oh, I'll call him Hamilton. And my wife absolutely loved that. I'm like, well, his name's not Hamilton, though. And so every time she saw a Charmander, she'd be like, it's Hamilton. I'm like, it's not Hamilton. Now I think about it, she might have been doing that just to troll me, which, you know, props to her on that. You know, she knows how to get me. Yeah, it's an important part in every relationship where you know how you can anger your partner. Anger is probably a slightly too strong word there, but you know what I mean. Okay, so to most degree, I think the factory is going all right. I do think we got too much coal. This is a problem that I had last time I tried to do this as well. It's too much flipping coal. We will be changing that shortly in a way that makes that easier to work with. But sciences are happening now, which is pretty grand. I've been playing like a lot of smaller games lately, just on my own time, because I was sick for a few days, and so I was like, I didn't want to start anything major. Like, I'm trying to do the rule that I only buy like a new game after I finish a previous game, and I'm still working through Shin Megami Tensei 5, almost done, so excited. Don't know what I'm going to buy, but almost done, so excited. Oh, that's not where you're supposed to go. But yeah, I was playing a bunch of smaller games. So I ended up playing just some weird indie titles. I was like, yeah, actually, I haven't finished one of them. I need to get back into that. What have I been playing? This is very important to everyone I know, but I was playing excuse me. I played Superliminal, which is fun. I played Girls Like Robots, which is a puzzle game. It wasn't great, but I finished it because I figured it was short. Timeline, it had a girl and a cat. I mean, who doesn't love that game? And the second season of Orwell. Excuse me. I haven't finished the second season of Orwell yet, but I was getting through it. I read a lot of reports when Orwell Season 2 came out, people going, it wasn't as good as Orwell Season 1. And I'm like, perhaps, but I'm still enjoying it. Like, I like going through... hang on. Think how this is going to come out. No, we're just going to say it. I like going through people's hidden social media feeds and snooping about people. Yeah, great. That doesn't sound bad. I like prying into people's lives. That's what I'm saying, okay? But, I mean, no, don't try to justify that, Seif. Just let that one live. Let that live. But, yeah, Orwell Season 1 was pretty damn good. If you like sort of weird, was it a thriller, I guess? An information gathering thriller. Almost as weird as like the paper checking simulator, Papers, Please, which I did like. So maybe that's just, maybe I just like boring busy work. This is the moment where I realize what I've been doing for the last 2 hours, going, do I like boring busy work? Do I? Yeah, I think I do. My frames are... Okay, I was about to say my frames are bad, but no, they're fine. Yeah, we can probably expand that out. We do want to expand to red belt at some point, but I don't know when we're going to do that. I probably need to have like another thing here to, you know, have people's names. And we don't really have enough room. Okay, we're going to need to make another one of these at some point. We will do that. I think we have some problems with copper. I'm not seeing a lot of copper on the belt. And that usually means we're not having enough copper. That's how logic works. I figured out logic. Okay. I'm running out of copper. I figured out logic. That is the weirdest thing to say in a sing-song way. If you enjoy playing Factorio, odds are you enjoy boring busy work. How do you say I've been called out without saying I've been called out? Yeah, it's not untrue, is it? Not a fan of... I was about to say I'm not a fan of Minecraft, but I don't hate Minecraft, I just don't play it. I've always thought Minecraft is a lot of boring busy work. Not okay, boring busy work's the wrong phrase. Like Minecraft is a great game for people who like Minecraft. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. One thing Minecraft players like, it's Minecraft. We had a bunch of I had a bunch of friends who was like, yeah, let's play Minecraft for like a while. And yeah, I got back into it for a while. I was like, you're watching someone do busy work. Hell, I would watch people do busy work any day of the week. Like, I don't want to do roadworks, but I will watch people do roadworks. You know, I don't think it's bad. I think it's fine. You know? I think it's also a little bit different that I assume, and I could be wrong here, that most people are sort of watching this on the background while doing their own thing. Maybe they're doing their own boring busy work in an office. Maybe they are playing a game of their own and they just want some company. Maybe you are just watching it for a little bit and then you're going to go off and do the laundry. You go, oh, I'll just wait for him to do this next thing and then I'll go do the laundry. I'll wait until he brings out Warhammer, then I'll go do the laundry. You know, I've been watching a lot of streams lately. They've been absolute weeb streams, I know, and I'm super embarrassed about it. But I've been watching a lot of streams lately, and it's like, I don't really watch the stream a lot until, like, the streamer's doing a boss fight or something, and I'm like, oh, I'm paying full attention now. And then that's about the time someone will ring me on my phone, and I'm like, I was watching a boss fight, and I have to be like, good afternoon, SeiferKatt speaking. Just say Seifer. Good afternoon, Seif speaking. How can I help? And they're like, Seif, everything is broken. I'm like, did you put your finger in the place I told you not to put your finger in? Maybe. You can't sleep. Ah, well, that's another one, yeah. Well, I hope that I'm boring enough to help you sleep, but I guess not. I'm sorry. Insomnia sucks. I struggled sleeping the other day, but for different reasons. I don't want to go into that. It was too scary. Too scary for me. I woke up and there was something on me. It was gross. Seif says he's not going to talk about it. Talks about it anyway. That's who I am. But yeah, some people can be watching, like, you know, actually watching the screen. That's totally cool. I like to just have it on as like company while company talking about stuff that I like. Personally, I watch streamers more on personality than the game, and I think a lot of people are like that. You know, you're here because you like the person. Maybe you don't. Maybe you don't like me, and that's fine too. You don't have to. Maybe you just like what I'm doing. That's cool. Like, whatever makes you happy, you know? You're the audience. You can leave at any time. Me, I'm stuck in my head. I have to deal with this shit, okay? This is when, like, all of a sudden viewer numbers go down to 0. Wait, I could leave? Oh, shit. You know, that's why people don't say like, subscribe, leave a comment, or just fucking don't come back. Oh, yeah, no, you don't encourage people to do that. Maybe you should. It's pretty funny. If you like this video, like, share, subscribe. If you didn't, how about you, if you, in your opinion, and I never want to see you here again. If I see you here again, I'm going to be very upset, very, very cross with you. I don't know if that would work. I probably wouldn't. I can't imagine that would get people being like, oh, geez, this guy tells it like it is. He acts like he doesn't need us here. I don't. I like everyone being here. I was about to say I don't need you here. That's like I guess I don't. It's just going to be a very, I'd say, quiet stream, but no, I blather on when playing a stream because, again, I say to myself, what do I want to see if I was watching a stream? I'd be like, I want to watch someone who's talking. And if it's just a quiet stream, someone would be like, looks at chat. Oh, yeah. And you're like, what's going on, buddy? Tell me your thoughts. Tell me why everything's broken. It's also why sorry, I just coughed directly into the microphone. I apologize. It's also why I didn't stream the other day, because I was like, I need to talk. I could go get water. I'm going to go put on ads. If you don't see ads, that's fine. If you do see ads, I'm sorry. I'll be back in about a minute. Testing. There we go. It's working now. Welcome back, everyone. Sorry for that. I got water. Yeah, like I was saying, I didn't want to stream on Monday because my throat was still quite hurting, and I was like, you know what? Talking for 3-4 hours is probably going to be a really bad idea on this. So I wisely chose not to. I figured no one would be so upset. They'd be like, that's it! You've lost me! But if they were, I mean, that's up to them, I suppose. Everyone is welcome to do as they please. Here at SeiferKatt.Twitch something? Twitch TV? I don't know. Yeah, I like streams where people talk. It's why I watch people's streams. but like I like it when the streamer interacts with chat as well. Like I don't usually chat much, but I don't know how like the streamers who have like, you know, 5,000 people watching them, how do they respond to chat? It goes by so quickly. Like, do they just respond to like the hive mind responses? Like, what do I do? And then they just look at chat and go, okay, go left, go left, go left, go right, go left, go right, go left. I'll go left, I guess. Like, that's really all they can do. I don't know. I mean, part of me wants one day to be like that level of hype, but the other part of me just does not know how to do it. I would like to be doing something a little bit better than that. I mean, yeah, that's ultimate personality. I think when you get to a certain size, though, you just sort of have to go, it's very difficult to talk to an individual person because there's just too much going on. Yeah, that's fair. And I mean, at that point, the streamer is now a different entity. Now the streamer is not a... It's almost not a person anymore, but just like a TV character that you can talk to. And they probably won't respond. I mean, let's be honest, talking to a TV character is still pretty rad, actually. You know, if you're like watching your crime drama and the cop's like, I don't know, who could have killed him? And you're like, it was the guy in the bar. You're like, oh, it was the guy in the bar, was it? Okay, cool. And then they would be like, hey, no backseating. Oh, God, no, that's wrong. That is very wrong. What the heck? Oh, I see. That's supposed to be like that. Okay, well, it's fine. It all got out in the end. But yeah, it almost at some point becomes like a personality you're talking to rather than, well, not even personality you're talking to, like just a live production. And I mean, that's good if you still like the person's personality that's streaming. But it's no longer talking to chat. Now it's talking to a hive mind of like-minded, or people who like the content and trolls. And I mean, they're both good for their own reason, of course. Got too much coal on the belt, that's for sure. We've known that for a while. I like how we've just got this patch of iron that's been mined out, but not the rest of it. That's fun. Yeah, but are we producing more iron than we used to? That's really going to be the funny question. The answer is not really, no. We were producing 497, now we're producing 3. Well, then again, we're not mining as much, so I guess that's probably going to be the big kicker, isn't it? Because I don't think we're mining down here. And over here is dubious at best. Oh no, it's going. Over here is also way too much sulfur. That's alright, we will fix all of that later. Do not fear about that. I'm a little bit afraid about it actually, but it'll be alright. Every little thing is gonna be alright. I said don't worry about a thing. Actually, no, sorry. I said every little thing gonna be alright. No, a lot of things are not gonna be alright. I'm sorry. I've lied to you again. But I'm gonna do my best, so that'll be alright. Hey Wes, how you doing? Oh, goodness gracious. It's always good when I break into an impromptu song and realize I'm wrong. Do chair emotes show on the screen? They should do. Oh, good. Yeah, they should do. Could get text speech and chair emotes. I don't know if they show on screen, but I mean, cheering definitely shows on screen. Oh, goodness.
Thanks for your support.
Oh, wow. Thanks, Wes. And that's just a unicorn. I don't know what you're talking about. It's adorable. Talking about missing school. Thank you for your support. Unicorn dicks on screen. Well done. Meow meow. Oh, I have a donut. Thank you so much. Oh, it's got pretzels on it. I was very confused because the plate is warm. Came out of the dishwasher. Yeah. Um, Talked about missing school and getting with friends together. Used to gather around one PC, one play, 1 to 3 were watching. It was like watching a streamer. Absolutely, yeah. We got pretzel donuts. It's a little stale. I don't know how to control that part, Wes. I still appreciate the support, though, as always. The caramel donut. Interesting. I don't know if I want to repeat my offer once that I made about how, like, if you find me in real life, tell me that you found me and I'll buy you a donut. I don't know if I can possibly do that. I'm not really around places with donuts anymore, but I used to be. One person could have potentially found me back in the day. But now I think I've fled. The cheer mode is called Unicorn Dicks in a few channels, but it's clearly just a unicorn. It doesn't look like... I don't know if you know what a dick looks like, but it doesn't look like that. And I've seen a few dicks in my time. Yes, there's that part where you need to really change your mind. Do a travel around 20k, 20,000k just to buy a donut. I get a free donut. Yeah, absolutely, free donut from SeiferKatt himself. My goodness, you don't get a better offer than that. But I'm not really around donut stores anymore, which just sounds like I used to hang around a lot of donut stores. Hey guys, you want to hang around a donut store with SeiferKatt? I just used to live near one. 3,000k is like 5 miles. Sure, man. Yeah, it's about the same. You gotta probably do your conversions a bit differently, but I figure it's like the reverse of that XKCD comic, where it's like I can ride, 45 kilometers an hour on my bike if you round, and then they just do like the weirdest rounding, going backwards and forwards to different types until eventually you're like, hey, 45 kilometers an hour. I mean, you could do that, yeah. I mean, it depends what your definition of how close is. Because some people would say I'm kind of close to a donut store. I wouldn't say so, but... Oh, Wes! Way to continue that stereotype. I love it. Yeah, as well. And you know he has a garage. Oh shit, yeah. Guys, I may have doxed myself. You've almost got me. I mean, New Zealand doesn't have that many people in it, so yeah. I've doxed myself, haven't I? I know you spend a lot of money on donuts. Panda's like, why do we have no money? Spend it all on donuts for the community. Well, I'm in Auckland. We measure by kilometers. And I'm not giving you any new sea facts there. People should. Yeah, you have to know that I'm already in this city. It's already known what city I'm in, more or less. I don't think I'm in danger. But guys, remember, if you're planning to hurt me, you got to tell me in advance. It's a rule. But I mean, yeah, again, it depends what time of the day you travel. Can be worse, I suppose. We really need to do something about all the sulfur that we're just carrying around. I don't know what we're going to do about it, but we've got to do something about it. Oh my goodness. Don't know why I didn't see that one coming today. Still have never actually met anyone. The emergency box? What's the emergency box? Eventually there will only be sulfur. I mean, yeah, maybe we should turn off sulfur. It's getting a bit ridiculous. I will have a better system to do that very shortly, but I haven't done it that yet. We will get there. Sorry, I got sugar all over my hands, and the best way to deal with that is have another bite of my donut. I've got sugar all over my hands again now. Don't know how that happened. Oh yeah. The emergency box is one tactic you can use. If we use more sulfur, which we will be needing to have sulfur, then be happy at how smooth everything runs. Oh, Gosen, I really loved that word you had, and I'm going to try and pronounce it for your ear-rending enjoyment. Because you were talking about the ways of evaluating boxes, and you, in true German fashion, you called it Stichenproben Affenshalt Waffen. I don't know how close that was. That might have been bad. If it was bad, I apologize. If I put on a fake German accent while saying that, which I feel like I kinda did, I'm sorry. That was not intended. But I think it did kinda happen. Nope, not even close at all. Okay, well that's good. I'm glad. It was a good word though. I love that German can have those really long words. Like, at some point, because it was cheap, I bought like a pack of Magic that had an accent, but most of the letters were just wrong. Yeah, well. Unfortunately, most of the words I know how to pronounce in German are unfortunately names of World War II equipment. Which I don't think we need to point out why that's problematic. I acknowledge it very quickly. That's not great to be able to go, hey, the only thing I really know about pronouncing a language is pronouncing from an era where shit was not great in the country. The Nobelwerfen, it werfs Nobels. Yeah, that's not great. You know, Panzerkampfwagens and all that sort of... It's not great that that's the only way I can pronounce a language, but... You know, could it be worse? Probably. But it's not great. I think it's important to acknowledge when your knowledge, like when your area of knowledge is in a particularly, I don't know how to pronounce those as well. Excellent. German is not a Nazi language. The language they spoke, there is a difference. Absolutely, Wes, that is correct. I'm not saying that is the case. What I'm saying is it's not great when the only things I know how to pronounce, and even then apparently not well, so I think I get a pass. No, there is no pass. The only thing I know how to pronounce, questionably, is equipment used when they were under a fascist regime. That's not good. Because Germany is a far more interesting country than their darkest time. Yeah. No, they weren't. They were not socialist. Yes, I know it was the National Socialist Party. No. Yes, we still have some red belts in there. Yes, we are constructing red belts. That is problematic. Anyway, my point is, it's important to point out when you recognize that your knowledge is problematic. You know, you got to be better than that. And I think to some degree, if you acknowledge that and you also strive to be better than that, then, you know, it's something. Is something better than nothing? I mean, hope. You gotta hope something is better than nothing, right? But I don't know. Maybe nothing is better. Maybe just not being shitty in the first place is good. Maybe. That's probably true too. Oops. That probably cut off power for the whole base. It did. Look at that. Cute. And it is a weird thing, especially with... Oh, it should have just be... Like, Wes, you actually brought up a really good point there, which is like, Nazis are not Germans, but, yeah. Something is running smooth again. Things are running smooth. Yeah, I mean, frames are looking good. And I mean, I think that's a very important thing. Like, yes, the government was fascist, and yes, there was people on that side that were not great, probably understatement, but that is not necessarily the fault of the general German people, and nor should it necessarily be the thing that Germany keeps being reminded of, despite the fact that here I am being just reminding them of it again. The last thing they needed today. Probably not. Probably needed other things less. Yeah, I'm gonna take another bite of my donut. Actually, you know what? The plan. Yeah. I'm advancing. Okay. So we came this way because we need to empty the boxes. Which are being very slowly emptied. But they're doing their best. In many ways, that's all I can ask for. You know, all that we can really do on this planet is just our best. Which is what I was telling my trainee today. He's getting a little bit frazzled because there's a lot of work, because someone went away for 2 days or 3 days. Because someone got sick. Yeah, someone was me. I acknowledge that. He was a bit frazzled, and I went, well, does our boss know? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, fine then. It's not your responsibility then. He's like, there's so much work. I'm like, yeah, and it'll get done. Don't worry about it. Like, the work will get done. You will be okay. Our jobs will remain. The boss is aware that the work is there. And we just keep working and we'll get through it. That will do it. As long as everyone who needs to know knows, doesn't matter. And then it's up to my boss to sort it out. Like, we just got to sit here and do the work. The boss is the one that has to manage people if we need it done faster. I kind of like being a senior. Kind of fun. Not a senior, sorry, like a trainer. Because it's just like, yeah, you can just say to someone, look, let's be honest here. Let's just tell you, you know, I've been here for a long time. Let me tell you how the world works, kid. Mm-hmm. Shouldn't have done that note. That note hurt. how long would it take for someone to notice I stopped working? Me? Longer than they should. I probably about a week. Like, stop working 100%, or stop doing absolutely critical things that are absolutely going to kick us all in the ass real quick. As long as I did critical things, I know what people are looking at. So as long as, wow, this sounds like I'm about to be real sketchy as heck. I know what people are looking at, and so long as those are kept under control, it would probably close to a month. But if it was other things, I mean, yeah, probably only a week, and people would be like, "Hey, what's going on?" But thankfully, currently up to 2 months, so long. I mean, I like my job. I really do. I actually do like my job. Oh, what's broken here? Everything? Oh yeah, I wonder how long that's been broken for. Who knows? The good news is once I upgrade this like this, I will actually be able to use the upgrade planner to upgrade these belts to red. So I suppose that's, you know, some small bonuses. Yeah, you would have to, you can't just get away with doing no work. Like, it's the dream of like, ha ha ha, no one will ever know. No, someone will notice. Like, maybe your direct, your direct team leader or manager, someone will notice that you have just freaking gone AWOL. But they'd probably be like, well, I'm sure there's a good reason for it. And they might just be like, it's fine. I don't want to test it. Like, my boss has been really good to me, and I don't want to disappoint them. Because they're a very close friend of mine nowadays, which, you know, I know people are like, boss being your friend, that's kind of weird. But, like, you know, if your boss is good to you, then, I mean, it kind of makes sense. That would happen. You know, I'm not just saying because they let me get away with stuff, which, you know, to some extent, but, you know, it's like the idea that if you pull someone's ass out of the fire a few times, then they'll pull your ass out of the fire. And so, it's just, work is about pulling everyone's asses out of the fires at the right time. Maybe one should say there shouldn't be so many fires, but that's what you get by working in a fire department. You know? When you work in a fire department, everyone's ass gets in the fire at some point, and everyone's got to pull their ass out of the fire. That's just how it works. That's how the fire department is. Everyone's ass goes in the fire. Remember, if it's your first meeting at Fire Club, you must pull your ass out of the fire. Your goal at work is to do as little work as possible. You sound like you're wonderful to work with, Wes. It was mean, I'm sorry. Here's Wes coming into the stream, cheering some, what he likes to call unicorn dicks, and just getting harassed. Okay, same with you, Veldak, same with you. We all get that treatment. How long would it take me to notice someone wasn't working? That's another good question. Yeah. Sounds like you guys are all living the life. My boss would probably recognize pretty quickly. But again, it's like, it would be one of those things. You've really got to, if you pick your battles, like, doing it no work I couldn't get away with. I suppose doing, like, minimal work I could get away with. And I know I have done that before. But I mean, you know, the great thing about the fire department is if you don't want to work that day, you don't have to. Just make other people, like, just look like you're working. You get away with it. I've decided this character of SeiferKatt is now a firefighter. That's who I've decided I am now. Please respect my character choices for SeiferKatt. In a few weeks, I will create a VTuber avatar for myself, which will be a sexy, hunky firefighter with cat ears. And that's who I'm going to be now. I don't know why I'm sexy and hunky. Like, what the hell is going on with this VTuber personality I've created out of nothing? Weird. I don't know why I'm a VTuber all of a sudden, but hey, congratulations me. Now a VTuber. Yeah, work smart, automate it. Whom to blame for Starwind? What's Starwind? Wait, what is Starwind? Please tell me someone hasn't stolen my VTuber personality already. I bloody would do that too. Last 4 nights you had 30 minutes of work to last you a total of 38 hours. This is when I awkwardly ask you, so Elsie, are you at work now? I don't really care. Of course, I'm not your boss. I'm not your boss, I'm not your dad. Oh, good. As long as no one stole my VTuber idea. Hey, Bong Water Supreme and raiding party of 1. Hello. Thank you for the raid. It is the biggest. That is the biggest. Sorry, I don't mean to mock, but it's really funny. It's just an absolute flex of hello, Bong Water Supreme is here. I apologize. Look, you know what? There were 2. That's all right, man. That's all right. What were you up to? Let's. Oh, by the way, just so you know, playing Factorio, awesome, man. How was Factorio going for you? Sorry, I hope I haven't offended you by saying that. It was just funny to me. It's just the coolest flex. That's alright. That's awesome, man. Oh, gosh. I'm not saying I want everyone to do that, but it is the best. Yo! Oh, goodness gracious. I don't have a raid sound anymore. What happened to my raid sound? Like, I know I didn't have a raid sound, it was just like a badink, but that's not even going anymore. Oh, I need to fix that. Oh, goodness gracious. How'd the Factorio go, Bong Water? Water Supreme. Okay, I think we've almost got rid of most of the the Bloodbelts from this. So, unfortunately, we have gone from a Bloodbelt system to just a regular old sushi belt. Which is sad. Got military science automated? Excellent. Good. Teach those biters who's in charge, and it's you. You be in charge. You be the disaster they foretold in from their bug seers. I assume they're bug seers. Nope, not that one. Okay, so we don't want those anymore. We know that. Like, just get rid of that. Just make those. That's fine. Frankly, I find the idea of a brain bug that thinks disgusting. I don't know. I just don't like it. I don't remember what the phrase is. I've forgotten my Starship Troopers quote. My day is going okay, thank you. Water Supreme, Bong W Supreme. I don't know what to go with. My day's going all right. Honestly, my day is coming to an end. I just chilling with a nice bit of Factorio as you do. And I'm having to undo every single belt that I've made. But that's okay. Aside from finding out my run was a complete lie and impossible, I guess I already kind of knew that. We were fighting it. We really were fighting it. People call you water, if that's cool? Oh, okay. Well, you know what? That's cool, we can do that. Maybe Supreme Water from feeling generous. Because, you know, you don't want any of that, like, non-supreme water. No, you're better than that, man. Okay, so we've got a lot more iron entering the belt. That's good, probably. Probably. I don't really know. I'm scared. I really sound scared too. I'm scared. I am literally petrified. Oh my goodness. Okay, sorry. Unrelated to being scared and petrified. I can get the analogy if you want later. They're releasing the Eye of the Beholder 1, 2, and 3 on Steam soon. Now, I know they were already on GOG, but I don't buy games on GOG typically. And I'm just like, yes, I want to play Eye of the Beholder 1, 2, and I want to play Eye of the Beholder 1 and 2. 3 wasn't particularly great, I understand. But I'm just like, yes, I could do that. So I grew up playing the Eye of the Beholder games. Like, you know, it was just something that my dad was always big into Dungeons and Dragons, and so he taught me how to be into Dungeons and Dragons. It's not really that hard, you just play. He didn't teach me how to play the actual game, he just taught me how to, like, you know, how a magic user works. Oh! Oh! A purple science pack! Okay. Anyway, sorry. That was pretty impressive. We hadn't had any of those yet. You still had the CDs for them? Which ones? Eye of the Beholder, I don't think was... Oh, unless it was like a re-release they did. I don't think Eye of the Beholder was CD. I think it was a little bit before that. But yeah, I'm all about that Eye of the Beholder, and I am so keen. Just because I liked Eye of the Beholder 1 and 2. I never finished either of them because I was... Am I too young? I don't know. I don't know if I was too young. It got hard and I quit. Which is not who I am now. I'm not much of a quitter now. He says quitting his Bloodbelt plan. Okay, look, you know what? Self, don't be like that. Seif, don't be like that. There we go. Call myself by the correct name, shall I? Okay. Boop-a-doo-boo. Boop-boop-boo. I mean, the question is whether that even run. That's probably the tough part of it. But yeah, I'm thinking about picking up Eye of the Beholder 1 and 2. 1 and 2, and getting a third game for a reason, and being like, why do I want this? I don't want Eye of the Beholder 3. Gross, get that out of here. I don't actually know if it's gross. I never played it. I'm just being mean to it. Maybe it was good. I heard it wasn't. GOG has them. GOG does have them, but I don't typically buy games on GOG. You are correct though, Wes. GOG does have them. Look at this iron being made. My goodness. I've never seen such production values. I mean, also Secret of the Silver Blades and Fancy Empires. What's Fancy Empires? I don't remember that one. That's not the turn-based strategy, is it? What is Fancy Empires? I'm gonna have to look that up now. Speaking of which, okay, well, frames is bad now because I just opened Chrome. Fantasy Empires. Oh my goodness, I do know this one. I played an old Abandonware version of it. Huh. Awesome. We probably do need to make more crude oil, but we can do that now. Yeah. You know, a game that I'm looking forward to is the remaster or remake of Master of Magic. Hoping it's good. I think they're really just remaking Master of Magic, except, you know, revamping it to be like a little bit more modern. Which honestly, that's all I really want from a game that I used to play in the 90s. Don't give me Master Orion 3, just give me Master Orion 2 with a lick of paint. Yeah, and I've got Master of Magic from GOG, but I want it to be nicer. I want it to be shinier. I want it to have, like, new interface buttons. I mean, let's be honest, I could play Eye of the Beholder right now as well, even without the GOG copy. Like, there's so many ways to play games, but I want them to be nice and shiny. I want to be able to get an achievement. You know what, I feel pretty bad about saying that one. That's a good one too, yeah. I find like a lot of old games, like I was playing a while back, so I mean this is probably not even relevant anymore, but I was playing the original Fallout because I like bought a compilation pack, and it's just like there was just a bunch of interface things that's just like, oh, this is weird and janky. It wasn't bad, it was just weird and janky. Oh, any pipes do I? Well, good news for me, I have pipes. I shut my mouth? I don't think so. I'm doing my stream, man. Fallout 1, okay. Fallout 1 was not janky. Fallout 1 is now janky. Like, time is the thing that makes the changes there. And I'm not saying it was bad. I'm not saying it was a bad game. So you can calm your rage, if you can. It was janky. I'm talking about on Windows 7? It's not. Might have even been 98. It might have been 2000. I don't know. The point is, it wasn't the game. I'm not saying it was janky as in the game didn't run. The game ran fine. It just ran. The combat system was very stilted. It was like it didn't run very smoothly, and it's not because the game was slow, and it's not because the hardware was making it slow or the operating system. It's just the game itself. That's how it was designed. And you play a lot of old games and you will see a similar thing. It's not that the game's done anything wrong, it's just we have advanced with interfaces that we expect. We expect a certain amount of responsiveness. And Fallout just didn't have that. And a bunch of games will be like that. It's not their fault. It's just time marches on. You know, and there's not much you can do about it. And I mean, one day if, you know, this game that you love, hell, even Factorio in like 20 years' time, the interface may be, are you talking about story-wise, or are you talking about like interface design-wise? Because that's the real crux of the matter we're talking about today. Well, that I'm talking about anyway. Not really. I do know they were originally going to be under GURPS, but I don't imagine that would change the interface. I mean, it shouldn't have. That'd be confusing as hell if it did. Wait, do we have no power over here? What? We have no power here. The UPS has recovered since the last time you checked in. Yep, it has. It absolutely has. Yep. All I've had to do is sacrifice my integrity. I'm not even wearing the hat. Should have put the hat on today. Yeah, that's not the problem, Wes. I'm not talking about the game system. I'm talking about the interface. The interface didn't change that much. When I start breaking my own rules, I wear the hat. You see a lack of power. Sorry, I gotta find the mask. Just a sec. Where's the mask? There's the mask. The mask was a. Oh, sorry. The hat was a joke when I was cheating at my space exploration thing. Well, okay. Even so, a lot of the interface. I'm wearing the mask now. I hope you're happy, Veldak. Yeah, lack of power is just because of reasons. Probably because nighttime and probably not making enough coal again. Ah, coal. That's okay. We're gonna put more solar powers up soon, and that'll probably fix it. That's the hope. Okay, sorry. So, did like you. Sorry, I'll put you into what's going on here. So, you'll notice that a lot of these belts are being removed. It's no longer a blood belt system because the problem was every time an item entered or left the splitter, it would cause a little bit of lag. And that lag was what was shutting the factory down. So I've been replacing all my blood belts. I'm replacing all my blood belts with just regular belts, and then we're going to try and sort it all out a different way later. I don't quite know how we're going to do that yet, but that's alright. That's a problem for another day. So that's why my frames are way better. The hat thing is a reference to space exploration where I decided to cheat at the end because I didn't want to play for another, god, like 80 hours just to do 1 or 2 pieces of research. So I put a hat on to signify that I was cheating. I don't know why that's my way of signifying that I'm cheating, but that is the way I'm signifying it now. It's in the law. SeiferKatt only wears a hat when he's cheating. Which also when I go out into the bright sun of the summer, I wear a hat because I am clearly cheating because I'm not allowed to go outside. You know the rules. So do I. Total commitment's what I'm dreaming of. You won't get this from any other guy. Anyway, sorry. Rick Astley's here again. So hopefully that answers some of your questions, did like you. If it didn't though, please let me know and I can answer more questions. If there's one thing I do like doing in my personal and professional life, it's answering questions. I don't quite know why. I don't know what that says about me, but it is true. Yes, Wes is able to pick up a very basic connection. Hang on. Hang on. I can be more sarcastic than that. I can be more sarcastic than that. Don't worry. Hang on. I can do this. I can do this. Wes can pick up on very basic connections there. Sorry, Wes, that was mean. Are you 11? Or were you 11 at one point? Ah, that's how they get you. I need a slow clap. Ah, look, you know, it's tit for tat, buddy. It's tit for tat. You get the tit, you get the tat. You know the rules. No, only towards Wes. Only towards Wes. I thought Wes likes this. This is why he's like the same way. So I guess Snarky back to him. No one else. No one else. Everyone knows the rules. Oh no, no. We're being reverse Rick Astley'd.
Thanks for your support.
Ah, thank you, did like you. Really appreciate it. Thank you for your support, as the Diva voice clip says. These boxes are not great. I mean, if you want me to be snarky towards you, I guess I can. 'Cause, 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 Why is the belt going to stop every second? Belt's fine. You mean here? That's probably alright. It'll probably sort itself out. I got faith for it. It's gonna work. It's gonna stop being full ghost, and we've got a plan for that. The first plan, however, is to make sure the belt works in the first place, and then we're going to fix that. So it's going to be a much more manual way of fixing it, but we do have plans for balancing the belt a little bit. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, no, you absolutely had to. No, you do not need to apologize. Nothing to apologize for. If you think you got a good joke, you're allowed to say it. It's okay. Even if it's not a good joke, if you got a joke and you feel like it's got to be said, then you're allowed to say it. It's fine. Oh, look at that. Ah, you can do it. How much power is this thing drawing? None. Well, I'm not wrong with my maths on that one. Oh, shit. Okay. We do need to walk out nighttime because nighttime's being a problem. One day when they turn the life support off on me, I want that sort of laughter. Goodness gracious. Oh, yeah. Well, we all learned a thing that day, so I guess that was something. Yeah, okay, maybe not every joke. You know, yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, okay, there's limits. I was like went very wrong. I think we all had a learning experience. We all learned about how Twitch works with words that are phrases that it doesn't like you saying. You know, we did human things. We learned, we loved, we laughed. Very human. Alright, can we take the mask off now? I've lost track of time. We can leave the mask on for a little bit longer. I'm getting used to it now. I like it now. I don't actually. For those interested in wondering what one of the for the punishments, I'm absolutely going to have, like, if I do Darkest Dungeon, I'm absolutely going to have a mask one where I have to wear the mask for, you know, maybe for like the next dungeon run. So yeah, we're going to have 2 sets of wheels for the Darkest Dungeon run, 1 set of wheels for the just a party member died, and we haven't taken the mask off, Wes. Okay, the mask stays on. Never mind. The mask must stay on. I get it. I get it. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I've been double masked. That means if I try to take the mask off, I have to put it back on immediately. Meow meow indeed. Okay, I think I figured out what the problem is. I think coal is absolutely gone. And we probably do need to have coal. Because if we do not have coal, we are sad. You have turned off all our coal. That was probably a mistake. I don't have satellite view anymore. I miss satellite view. I guess I could download like a long reach mod. And that might help. But let's turn this one back on. Get some coal back in the system. So we need to finish off these belts. But I think we've finished off that side already. Oh, hey guys. What's up? dirtiest belts you've seen since you watched that one adult. I mean, yeah, I know that clip, but just in case you don't link it, just in case people don't know it, link it. No, don't link anything like that. If you do link something like that, I don't know what want to really think about what I have to do in response to that, but don't do that. The dirtiest belts in town, as they like to say. I need red belts first. Oh, I mean, I don't. Specific one in mind. I don't have a specific one in mind. It's it's a genre, dude. There's more than one. Like, just go into your favorite site and just type it in, and gosh, you will. No, anyway. Had Sahara sand plus rain. The hell is Sahara sand? I'm not really meaning anything at all. I'm just making shit up. If that is actually a thing, I apologize. I did not know it was a thing. And we're all learning today about what not to say. Sand from the Sahara. Isn't the Sahara like quite a distance away from Germany? Like, I'm not making that up, am I? It's not that close. Oh yeah, we're absolutely both making shit up, and I would have it no other way. You know what? We're gonna... Winds do stuff. Damn. No one told me about winds doing stuff. That's crazy. We need to build accumulators, I think. How hard is it to build accumulators? Pretty simple, actually. Okay, well... we build accumulators, like, here? Guys, this is a monumental fact. We are building a new item. Oh, yeah, number, gender, number, object. Yeah, no, I'm just making shit up. There's... as far as I'm aware, there is no... no, you know what? I don't even want to say that sentence. We're just going to end that one there. As far as I know, I'm making shit up completely. But if there's one thing the internet's taught me, it's man, there are a lot of people who have a lot of interesting desires, shall we say, and never say to someone, "Oh yeah, that's not a real thing," because oh, that person will then go, "Excuse me, it is a real thing. Look at this 3-hour video," and you'll be like, "Oh, what? Oh, what the hell? Okay, sure." And that's what typically happens. Oh yeah, exactly. I mean, that's why, you know, there are specific rules of the internet. You know, which have a very particular number. Because you know those rules exist. So do they. I'm not sure what Weiss is talking about. Not really reading into it beyond what I've just done. I know it's backwards. I can see that. I just can't be bothered spending the time while I'm trying to stream. Alright. Because me trying to solve a puzzle is not exactly the most... Oh, look at that boy grabbing power. You don't need to do the solar and accumulators in your blocks. Yes, I do. Just do it outside the base. No. I'm a man of integrity. Do you notice I'm not wearing a hat? Do I look like I'm wearing a hat right now? I know I'm wearing a weird cat mask, but do I look like I'm wearing a hat? The Omnisire demands it. Hell yeah, the Omnisire demands it. When the Omnisire demands something, you gotta do it. The furnaces of Mars demand retribution. You know what? I feel like we might need to actually do this differently. Do it like this. Okay. I mean, unless Veldek's actually seen your computer do it, all Veldek can really do is say, you've seen this exact thing. What was I making? Accumulators. Yes, I was. I've probably just thrown some of them away, but that's alright. Sometimes in life that happens. Sometimes in life things get thrown away. Yeah, we can put the batteries in there. There we go. Wow, you know what? We are definitely not a 3D version of Factorio right now. Because this base is not satisfactory. Wow, it is bright out here. Did you guys know it's so bright out here? Wow, that mask cuts off so much light. I think I don't even need to wear sunglasses. I think I'll just wear the cat mask. So if I go out, people are like wearing sunglasses, be like, "Oh, it's so bright here." I know it was really bad. I'm sorry. I want to say that joke is no. I'm not going to say the same joke again. I got some standards. Some, not a lot, but some. Am I putting $2 into the bad joke bin? Absolutely not. If I started putting money in the bad joke bin, then I would have no money. Because my wife would police that. As she bloody well should, because she'd have to deal with it. Exactly. And you know who's taking money out of the bad joke bin? It's going to be her. She's going to be taking the money. And I'm not doing, just to be clear, I'm not doing the, all women do is take men's money. I'm not doing that because, you know, Panda's better than that. Call it the donut bin. There we go. $2 in the donut bin. I like that. I was, oh yeah, I was dumping the stuff out to the boxes. I would absolutely bankrupt myself with bad jokes. I was at like a meeting once with like a bunch of people that were like fairly high up, and I basically there was just a really good pun and I just couldn't leave it. I just had to make it. And they're just like, "Why are you in this freaking meeting making puns?" And I'm just like, "Wait, so donuts are cheaper than you thought they were when you were younger? Did you think donuts were more expensive? Is that what you're saying?" I mean, I don't know if donuts are expensive. I think they're just like, you know, you don't need them. Like, I love a donut. You know I do. But you don't need a donut. You just want a donut. Okay. So, what do we want to do now? Energy distribution could do. Probably not a bad idea. Wire reach is 18. What's a wire reach of... Yeah, usually one doesn't buy donuts for themselves. That's true. Usually people provide you donuts, which is actually what the case is in this one because they were like A friend bought me donuts for my birthday. You know, super cool of them. Okay. I guess we need to keep researching towards rockets then. We only need a few more techs. Pretty crazy. It's like salt. You never really buy donuts for yourself. Whoa, 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 hang on a second. Are you saying you never buy salt for yourself? Like, do you not buy salt? Okay. I mean, it's totally fine. If you don't buy salt, you don't buy salt. It's not like it's a crime to not buy salt. You know, you're not going to get assaulted for it or anything. Oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah. You got a very salty family, I guess. Okay, we are almost ripped out all the red belts, blood belts from the factory. And frames are still at a perfect 60. They're both trained as cooks in college. Oh, damn, yeah, okay. So I see why you have salt. You probably got that good salt too, don't you? That fancy schmancy salt. Is there fancy schmancy salt? I don't know. I think there is. There's got to be fancy schmancy salt, right? Okay, so we really do need more solar and accumulators. We knew that. I think we're just generally really bad with power right now. I think every cell provides what, like... Every cell power provides 1.14 megawatts. Huh! I'd never considered that before. I mean, that's ridiculous. The monks would have to be on 2 feet. But yeah, that's pretty much it. How much power gives us 6.8 megawatts? And we need about 28. Yeah, we need to get more, like, steam power. We know this. Can we get some filter inserters? Is that a good idea? Yeah, it is a good idea. Okay, so we're going to do something strange here. He says, as if this is for the first time. We're going to unleash the solid fuel. Ah! Okay. Back to the day there, thank you very much. Okay, this is probably going to be fairly interesting fairly quickly. There it goes. Off you go, my solid fuel brethren. Because, I mean, say what you want about steam power, it does create a lot more power than solar. Yeah, that's true, and then I'd repeat it as fact, and people like, dude, what the hell are you on about? Where'd you get this from? Someone on my stream told me, dead like you. What, a zombie told you this? Yes! See why people think I'm weird. I'm kidding, I already knew why people think I'm weird. And they're not entirely wrong. They're not wrong in any way, actually. I know that. If I thought it was confusing that people thought I was weird, then I do not know who I am. Or the people I associate with. A bunch of regular people. I know, it scares me too. It was 1920s. Well, that's around the Great Depression. Depends what part of the 1920s you're talking about, I suppose. The Roaring Twenties. I don't know why I'm making noises. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's probably fine. Good old 20s, eh? I guess we're in the 20s now, aren't we? That's always confusing for me. Can't figure out how we got to the 20s. That's pretty cool. We have like 4 of these, except, you know, not a shit. Thank you. Thank yous. Oh, good job. I mean, to be fair, the Prohibition was also the one where they were like, hey, let's put poison in things that have alcohol in them so that way people wouldn't drink them. And people drank them anyway and went blind because, yeah, no, of course they did. I'm not blaming the people for that one, of course. I'm blaming the government for thinking this will stop people from drinking. Because it's not really how things work. But New Zealand never had prohibition. I understand they tried to legalize tried to make alcohol illegal. Yeah, there's a lot going on. I mean, I know prohibition is a lot more than I'm giving it credit for. I live in a country that we never had prohibition, and so I maybe don't understand the full ramifications of it. But oh, really? Okay. Are you saying I should probably shut the hell up now? Is this where we're going with this? Geez, now I'm wondering what I almost stepped into. I mean, there was a lot of things going on with Prohibition, I know that. But yeah. Oh, really? Okay. Even so, making it illegal didn't exactly stop it though, did it? I don't know how much Americans drink on average now, so I don't really have the context for that much. I mean, I know New Zealanders drink a lot, but I don't have the numbers to back anything up, so... I mean, I don't drink at all because, you know, it's who I am as a person. Nothing against people who do drink, I just don't drink. And maybe I'll discuss that one day, but not today, I don't feel like it. Way to be a tease, right? Ooh, I'm going to talk about a personal decision that I've made in my life, but then not tell anyone why. Right, that does seem like a bit of a problem. The average adult. See, okay, here's the scary thing. The average adult doing that means that there is way outliers. Of course there was. Like, water quality was one of the things, and there was reasons, but it's still a concern when your people are drinking that much. And what we have here is a brilliant place for some accumulators. Look at this. This is we're gonna. Oh, okay. I wasn't aware that was such a big problem. No, it just doesn't want to mute, does it? All right. Sorry about that. Okay, so we've got accumulators, probably. Probably. Yes, I mean, I know that was part of it. And I mean, it was the same in New Zealand, being led in a similar way. In New Zealand, though, it didn't really take root. Like, they tried, and it was like, it failed by like 40 something to, or I think it was close, actually. It was like a worldwide thing. It wasn't just limited to America. Okay, and then we... Yunk, yunk. Okay, so that's going to generate a little bit of power, which hopefully will get us through. I don't know, man, they like the taste. It was the only way they could get laid. I don't know, man. Yeah, we got coal problems. We know that. Well, solid fuel is at least taking some power. Yeah, I mentioned that. Bit about water purity. Alcohol does kill the bugs in the water. I mean, at least I read about that in ancient Egypt with the beers, but the beer was very kind of different than what we have these days. But I don't have that much information about that because I don't care. That's an honest SeiferKatt answer. Okay, so I think we just gotta build this up and then we're done. Unfortunately, then we're probably also done with the stream, which means we're gonna have to fix up the other things later. But the important thing is science is actually being made, which is kind of ridiculous. We will need to expand on my circuit production, but we can do that later. That's not a problem. Oh, hang on. Whoa, 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 whoa. What are you doing here? You know what? It doesn't even matter what you're doing here. You're red. You don't... We don't care. We can worry about it another day. Well, he knows nothing. Ba 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 ba. I don't know a lot about Jon Snow, but I do know that was his name, and it is funny. Because Game of Thrones, ha 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 ha. Man, poor Jon Snow. Does like such great service to humanity, but all people know about Jon Snow is the character from Game of Thrones. I know he probably doesn't care anymore, given the fact he's probably dead by now. I'm joking. I know he's well older than that, but I still, it's like Tesla, same thing. Poor Tesla, works his entire life, yada yada yada. Now some rich billionaire stolen his name. Poor Tesla. His life was hard enough as it was, and now bloody Elon Musk has stolen his name. How could they do that to a man? I mean, given the fact how much Americans talk about bottled water, I'm not sure water is safe for Americans now. I'm not even talking about just Flint, Michigan here. I mean, so many Americans I've talked to are like, about, they only have bottled water. Now, I don't know if that's just being like, a little bit precious, but I believe some of that is not just that. Whereas, in New Zealand, we have, in my city, we have pretty good water. I'm pretty happy with it. They hate the water and love being polluters. I don't think anyone loves being a polluter necessarily, but I know what you're saying. I mean, the only people who love being polluters are villains in Captain Planet. Which, you gotta admire them for, like, just their absolute hatred of the planet. But no real reason. Like, I get some of the... Sorry, I'm talking about Captain Planet now. I don't know why. I don't even know much about Captain Planet. But, some of them are like, oh, I am destroying the planet for greed, for wealth. Okay, I'm cool with him. Like, I get that. It's the lead piping. You got lead piping? Oh, shit, okay. But, there's the villains who are just like, why are you doing this horrific thing? Because it's funny. And it's like, yeah, you guys suck. I mean, yeah, then you got Flint, Michigan, which, I was near Flint, Michigan once. I was like, oh man, I should go there and drink the water. I was told by everyone in the car I wasn't allowed to drink the water in Flint, Michigan. I wasn't actually going to do it. It's interesting when those sorts of stories make it all the way over here. It really makes you wonder what the hell has happened that story made it all the way to New Zealand. Like, that makes you think, doesn't it? Like, how big is a story when it makes it, like, a story about unsafe piping making it to New Zealand? Sometimes because the people are like, it happened in Flint and it'll happen here. And the government has to go, no, it won't. It's very different. People are like, it'll happen here. We must burn the government down or it'll happen here. And they're like, what? How is that helpful? And they're like, we must legalize marijuana or it'll happen. What? That's not even the same thing. And it's just like, guys, you're just saying shit now. And they're like, or it'll happen here. New Zealanders are not very good at protesting, and it's the funniest thing ever. So when New Zealanders protest, typically the joke what happens is we protest like 5 or 6 different causes at once, and it's so good. Like, we had our protest about, anti-COVID stuff recently, and they were protesting that because, kind of makes sense, I suppose. That's what they're protesting. I mean, stupid as heck, but whatever, that's what they were protesting. But they were also protesting legalized cannabis. They were also protesting, they're just protesting everything they could think of. And it's just like, What are you guys doing here? I assume this didn't work particularly well from them, Wes, or did it work amazingly well? I mean, that one could go either way. I mean, who doesn't like profit? I love profit. Oh, I think we need to build some of these as well. 10 of them will do. Oh. Okay, so we're getting a lot of copper in, but I'm not seeing a lot of things to burn it, which is probably going to be problematic. Unless I remember why I wasn't doing that, because I was going to use electric furnaces. Maybe we should make some efficiency modules. Increase the power consumption. Probably not a terrible idea. But right now, I think we're more or less done with the fixing of the belts. So now we get to start building everything again, which is fun. And my frames are a delicious 60-ish. Okay, so the Bloodbelt has failed. That's okay. Because now we've got a run that's probably watchable. I mean, assuming you enjoy watching my content, in which case, great, it's watchable. And if you don't, it's just as watchable as it was before. No more, no less. Okay, how are we going with power? We're going alright. I think the problem with power is just that we are not producing things. I think what we're going to be doing next session primarily is working on the ways to limit things a little bit better. And that will probably 100 satisfaction. That is better. Yeah, but I want to be. I haven't got to the level. Actually, I'm not far from the levels I was at before I did all this. Okay. That is way higher. That's probably expected. That's probably why I'm at similar levels. I should still expand power. Yeah, I've just done that. Expand the power a little bit. There we go. Look at that. Power expanded. Yay. More coal is probably required as well. What I wanted to do was grab some of these, which may be a little bit more difficult than I anticipated. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize, Wes. That was not intentional, and I apologize to everyone else. Look, I don't want to be sick either, okay? But yeah, I made a mistake. I apologize. It doesn't. That's the real answer. It doesn't. It was basically just the bus that would. Okay, I won't then. It doesn't is the real quick answer on that one, though. The blood bust is a failure. That's okay. At least we can have lots of accumulators. And yeah, it's fine. What if I just did it like this? Like, does that give us any more or less? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 4, 8. Yeah, it's actually not really better. Okay. I would like to fit more in a smaller. Or, well, actually, that one is actually better and has science facilities in it. But never mind. Oh, because that one's also bigger. Never mind. It's a smaller square. That's probably why it wasn't working. Shork. Okay, so look, we'll just do that. Yeah, I know. There's some of the squares are smaller. Oh, actually, it's not that it's a smaller square. It's the squares over here are a little bit bigger because of reasons that I'm not quite sure of. But mistakes happened. I can confirm that. There is no doubt that mistakes occurred around that area. I don't know quite why. I believe a large part of it was around combining some things that weren't usually combined. I can't really go into more details than that, otherwise the government will get me. Again. For the 4th time today. You know how that government is, always getting you 4 times a day. That's how they are. Okay. Let's go pick up a stack of solar panels. Just to try and reduce our reliance on fossil fuels. You know, we've all got to do our part, everyone. Otherwise, you just become an evil villain from Captain Planet who just enjoys polluting. Which, you know, that's still pretty funny. Yeah, so we've got lots of production right now, which is good. My consumption does look higher than it was before. Which is good, that's what I want to see. Alright, well that's... Look, I'm pretty happy with the way the base is going now. So, what we're going to do is we're just going to keep building a few more things, but next session we're going to have ways to limit things better. That's the plan. But not this session. This session I don't care. Oh, my goodness. That's empty, is it? Not on my watch. Okay, good. Okay, we can remove that because I don't really care anymore. I would really love to have more electric furnaces. To have more electric furnaces, I need more red circuits. And to have more red circuits, I probably need more green circuits. So what's the delay on green circuits? Well, if I had to take a guess, it's probably something stupid. Well done. Ooh, another science is complete though. That's exciting. I like science being completed. What's going on with green circuits? Not enough copper. Interesting. Is that a... probably is a legitimate problem. I was worried about that like a long time ago. You know, galaxy be far, far away, as they say. Is there any red circuits available here? There might be. Oh, there is. 59 of them. Hell yeah. Oh, geez. Never mind. Way more than 59 of them. That's right. Gonna get a box. That's not where I wanted the box, but that's where it is. Yep. Power it. Put like doot. Challenge me with no reward, just a thought experiment. Okay, I'm in. Minimum pollution. Easy. Pollution. This is my pollution. I turned pollution off. Well, I can explain. Yeah, that's always a good start. I turned pollution off because... Wait, why is this... Why is it like this? Is my whole base sushi? It is indeed. Wear the hat. No. Okay. Hang on. Wow, the hat. The whole base is sushi. Now, the reason I didn't have pollution on, the pollution on. The reason I turned pollution off is because I also turned biters off. Okay? And I turned biters off because could you imagine trying to deal with biters in a sushi base? Now, because I don't have biters on, I also turned pollution off because I thought, hey, this might be a problem with my frames. Boy, was I not wrong on that. So I thought, well, turn off pollution as well because it doesn't have any other meaningful game effect. That is why I turned it off. Oh, glad you're enjoying it. We've had to make a few changes. Before it was all connected in a lot nicer way, but now it couldn't be because my frames were 25. So I had to spend most of today not having 25 frames. I mean, I've tried to do it before with biters, and it was rough. I'll tell you that for sure. It was a bit rough. They were not happy about my base existing, and I had some extra rules on that one. The ammo also went on the bus, so that was kind of fun. And also, I wasn't allowed to build a machine and on my hand, or nor was I allowed to pick it up from the factory. So I had to go on the belt as well. On default settings, trying to get as least pollution as possible. Yeah, I mean, that's also a probably better idea. I know that's what you meant, and I'm just kind of joking around with you on that one. Yeah, I mean, that would be an interesting challenge. Absolutely. You'd really have to think about how you made things. Okay, so we should have some amount of electric furnaces now, which will be able to decrease my reliance on coal. I will still need coal because I need to make plastics. Yeah, efficiency modules, right? Absolutely would be. But I mean, is that fun? That's the question. That's the real thought experiment. Is that actually going to be a fun thing to play or stream? Like, really, look at my base now. What is the difference between my base now and efficiency modules? Like, I mean, obviously because no biters, that changes things. But what I'm saying is, if you have no modules at all in your base, it's not efficiency modules. Is it nuclear power? Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. It is different. It is fun. It's a lot about trying to balance things, which I'm not doing a very good job of right now. I'm going to be fixing that next session. Yeah, I thought it'd be nuclear power. I mean, efficiency modules would still help, but... Okay, so we need more copper. Now, we've got a lot of copper over here. My goodness. Is it faster to walk along the belt, or is it faster to with hypotenuse. I don't know.
Butt kicking, for goodness!
And thank you for the follow. Do what thou will. Do what thou will. Good name. Gosh, I always love people's names on Twitch. Some good names. I mean, to be fair, the game that had the best names was Apex when I played that. It was just like we'd log in and it's like, these are your champions. It's like, what are these? Oh, God. Oh, and it's never actually outputting anything. My goodness, what is this madness that we have wrought? Okay. Okay, this is not going great, but we will fix that. Madness has been wrought. We must unwrought the madness. That's not even words, but I don't care. Okay, can we just sort of do... look, you know what? Let's just... It's fine if we pick up a bunch of copper. We're going to have it anyway. It's okay. Let's not freak out. I mean, you freak out if you want. I'm not your dad. You can do what you want. Okay. Yeah, we got way too much copper here. Now, we do need a lot of copper in the base, so that's something, I suppose. But we don't want it here. It's a very much closing time situation. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here, guys. Closing time. Off copper. We don't want your kind here. Okay, so this should process the copper just a little bit better. Hopefully. Also, the copper is going down to the main base, which means there'll be more copper there as well. So it's not too bad. It just looks scary. It looks bad, but the important thing is the copper is being pulled out. And hopefully that will result in copper being in the right place very soon. In the meantime, I believe we're going to have a huge problem coming down the line. Not really, actually. It kind of gets all mixed up with everything else, so it's not as apparent. We might actually not be too far off the mark by doing another one. Yeah, another one's probably good. Let's do another one. This one is pointing in the wrong direction, but that's okay. Sometimes things are pointing in the wrong direction. We don't judge. We don't judge here at SeiferKatt. I mean, sometimes we judge, but we try not to. That's what matters. Yeah, this is going to produce so much copper. It's going to be ridiculous. What else we got coming over here? Plastic. Some amount. Oh, actually, you know what? You know what? Let's produce one of these over here. You'd be foolish not to. And I ain't no fool. Sometimes I'm a fool. Not right now. That's what matters. I've run out of splitters. Internal. Judge the internal copper ore belt. Yeah. That's alright. Some of the copper ore can go elsewhere. It's fine. It's allowed to go elsewhere because it can be smelted somewhere where it's needed. We really do need to upgrade some of these to red belts. That's getting a bit ridiculous that we haven't done that yet. Okay. We're getting there, though. Progress is being made. That's what matters. See, all this copper, sure, it looks bad, but look at that copper. It's going down there. What we need. A little bit of sulfur in there, too. Exciting. What do I want? Splitters. Yep. Do I want underground belts? There's not really a need for them, to be honest. I'm just wondering if I go grab some red belts. Start the upgrades. Get it started. Goodness gracious. I guess it's time to get it started. You can't be on this madness train forever. I mean, you can be. Like, the madness train will last as long as it can. Such is the way of the train of madness. It's lacking a little bit of iron, but that should resolve itself one day. So these work at crafting speed 1, and the electric furnaces work at crafting speed 2, right? I don't think I'm wrong with that logic. There we go, crafting speed 2. So 5 of these is 10, but 4 of them is 8. Yeah, that's how maths works. So 4 of them is not quite doing the same as 10 of them, but it doesn't really matter because 10 of them aren't usually in use. So it shouldn't be a problem. The logic I'm going with today. Am I right? Well, probably not, but that's okay. And what we're going to do is we're just going to go... We need to get rid of those blood belts at some point. That's alright, we can do that. Oh, just go a little bit faster up there. That's fine. That's good. We like that. These need to be pulled apart because they're blood belts. And we've learned our lesson with blood belts, never again. I mean, I say never again, but one day we'll try it again. Why would Seif do this? Does he not learn his lesson? Ah, you're new here, I see. No. No, he does not. They go to the garage. Yeah, kind of. They live in the same place the fluid bus lives. The never again pile. It's alright, you gotta learn these things, right? If you don't learn these things, how would you know never to do such a stupid thing? You'd never know, you'd do it. Where are my bots? Oh god. You know what, that's a very good question. And we didn't really get an answer, so let's not look for them ever again. So I don't know how well this is actually going to work because there's not really a ton of iron up here, but you know, it might do something. Occasionally iron might come in. Oh, not if like it's like that. Occasionally iron might come in, and if it does, then we can make it. Look, there's some iron. At least one of those will go into there. And that'll allow production of, wait. That is connected wrong. Yeah. And that needs to be connected as well. Okay, here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. And we're going to make some green chips, which is very good. We need green chips. And all the copper will get down into the base and it'll be consumed. Nom noms, as they say. I'm mostly satisfied with this extra production. Sure, would I like extra iron? Of course I would. There's extra iron there. Let's go build. No. We're not doing that. We don't need to. What do I need to do over here, though? I mean, what's coming up here? There is a iron ore that came up here. Not much. A lot of plastics coming up here. I mean, and a lot of... Oh, and some steel. Okay, here's a thought. What if we built engines up here? Now, I know that's a weird thing to say. It's usually not what people say at this point in time, but hear me out. I'm doing it. It's not even a hear me out situation. He's just demanding. He's doing it. You can't stop him. He's gone mad with power. Yes, he has. Oh, and I suppose we do need to actually hook things up to power, but that's okay. Done now. There's a few building designs that are in the never again category of things that I've done. But you know, that just is just proof of what a fantastic builder I am. That I'm willing to break the rules and do kick flips. I don't really know what a kickflip is. I guess it's a skating term, but I'm not a skater, so just gotta kick those flips, as they say. The only thing I know about skating is when I played Tony Hawk Pro Skater, and even then I wasn't good at it. I wanted to be good at it though. Played it so much hoping one day I'd unlock the mastery of playing Tony Hawk, and I never did. That was a weird summer where just everyone was playing Tony Hawk. And then people were like, man, I'm going to become a skateboarder. And we didn't, because it turns out skateboarding is a lot harder than, you know, playing Tony Hawk. We all learned some valuable lessons those days. All right. Must press all the buttons, hope the border did something cool. Absolutely, yeah. I had a friend who was just so good at it. Like, he was amazing. He finished like 100% achievements. I know achievements weren't a thing back then, but he did everything he could do. And she was so good. I was so jealous. And you'd be like, jealousy does not become you. See, it absolutely does. Jealousy entirely becomes me. Just give me a minute. Jealousy will become me. And I will become the avatar of jealousy itself. Actually, no. You know what? No. Not like that. More like this. Now, I don't think a lot of iron ore is going to come up here, but I want to just prepare for it just in case it does. I want to make sure it feels welcomed. Because the last thing I want to have is iron ore that does not feel welcomed. There's not a lot of iron ore though. But I think I did see some. I think what we actually do here, do an upgrade of this area. Actually, let's do a proper upgrade channel. So, slow to fast, slow to fast, yeah. We probably should have picked up some of the fast splitters as well while we were down there, but we didn't. That's what matters. We didn't do it. Oh, I know probably no one really cares about this too much aside from me, but did anyone check out the trailer for Miss Marvel today? The next Marvel show after Moon Knight? Because I am so pumped! I mean, they changed their powers a little bit, but I don't care because I love Miss Marvel and I'm so excited for her TV show. Yeah, I'm just really looking forward to that show. I hope it's good. It looks like it's going to be good though. But I mean, what do I know? It's a Marvel trailer, right? It all just shows the same thing. Hero gazes into the sky. Hero hopes to be something more than they are. Hero shows a cool action scene. You know, people ask Hero, "What are you?" And they go, "I am a hero." You know, it's just we've all seen a Marvel trailer. So, I'm pretty excited about it. Have you guys actually made any? You made 3. Good. Oh, you made 5. A good job, guys. You made them feel welcome. You made lots. Okay, that's good. And all that copper goes down. That is lovely to see. I've just realized I'm going to lose those robots again, but that's okay. That's how life is sometimes. Sometimes in life you lose a robot, and it's okay. Oh, they're all Bloodbelts. Whatever, I don't care. He said he didn't care, but he cares the most. So are we making more green chips? It does look like it. Excuse me? What are you doing? Not where you belong. Is there like a earlier version of this where it is what it does? No, you don't do that. Is there one that does? No, you don't. There's just one that does that, and then I copied it from something, clearly, and I don't know what. That's fun. Oh. Oh, those had no power for. All right. Well, anyways, I think I'm about ready to call it for the night. I think we've made a lot of good progress today. We got back our frames. They're at 60 now as opposed to 25 is what they were at the start of today. So it also confirms that there was always a chance that after I changed all the belts, that it wouldn't fix anything and that the run would be completely over. But it doesn't look like that. It looks like we're fine, which is something good. Gonna get a salami pizza with added pineapple for lunch. That sounds like a good lunch, Veldak. I almost called you Vedak, and I don't know where the L almost went, but came back. That's what matters. Sounds like a good choice though. You know, as good as having a pizza for lunch is. You know what? As usual, not your dad. All right, so I think we're gonna. Oh, we got some more purple sciences. Cute. We don't have a lot of purple sciences. I mean, if I had to guess how many purple sciences we made, probably like 4. We made 3. Well, that does make sense. Make them in 3. So I've made 1 production of purple science, which is not great. So mean to him. He's just trying to live his best life, and you're like, hey. Alright, well, you know what, guys? We are done here for today. Thank you very much for watching. As usual, I appreciate you all being here. If you're new here and you've enjoyed what you've seen today, please do consider giving a follow. I would appreciate it, and it'd be the best way for you to come back and continue witnessing this absolute disaster before your very eyes. If you're already following, thank you very much. Appreciated. You know, I always appreciate you guys being here. You're welcome, Veldak. You're quite welcome. If you would like to subscribe, you absolutely can, but do not feel like you have to. But if you want to, you can. And that's what really matters. Got the option. You can also join the Discord, which if I do this, it should... Look at that. What a button. So that is the Discord link. If you would like to find me outside of my normal streaming hours, not this was a normal streaming hour, you can find me there. I'm currently trying to think of things to have for the punishment wheel when I do Darkest Dungeon. So, you know, nothing too bad, obviously. We're all being work safe here. It's going to be stream safe. Is work safe stream safe? I mean, it depends what your workplace is, isn't it? But, you know, not going too crazy over here. It's me after all. But yeah, so doing that. So if you got any great ideas, let me know. And that we might start off in a week or 2. I don't know exactly when we're going to start that off. It'll probably take over the role of the secret stream for a while. So secret stream will be Darkest Dungeon, and regular 3 nights a week stream will be Factorio. Because Factorio is good shit. I mean, if I need to tell anyone that, you all know. And besides that, have I missed anything? Oh, I have! You can also view all these old episodes on youtube.com/SeiferKatt. That is where I post all these episodes. And if you're like, man, this is great, but I really wish he's done other Factorio runs, oh, don't you worry, there's a space exploration run up there, and most of a C-block run. So you can enjoy that as well. So, you know, hours of content, really, if you want it. If you just want to, you know, do anything, if you just want to sit and just watch a Factorio streamer play Factorio in a kind of lackadaisical manner, well, I'm your guy. I'm absolutely your guy on that one. And yeah, we're done now. So thank you very much for being here, and I'll hope to catch you guys later.